With this new welcome. Welcome everyone. Let me just switch over here. There we go. Hi guys, welcome. Okay guys, before we actually get started with anything, any gaming, whatever. How does my audio sound? Because yeah, I made some pretty drastic changes to all my audio settings, and I'm a little bit worried about how I sound. Welcome Lucky, welcome Mitchell, welcome, and Epic as well. Welcome. How are you guys doing? Yes, please let me know how I sound. Does it sound unpleasant or anything? Yeah, like I said, I made some pretty drastic changes to my audio settings, and I try my best to listen to myself, the audio on myself back, but it's hard for me to tell how it's going to sound until I do an actual live thing, so yeah. I need to know if my voice sounds unpleasant or anything like that. If it's too loud, if the mic is peaking, if it sounds like I'm screaming into the mic or something, you know, because it's all about how comfortable your ears feel listening to me. If it's unpleasant at all, you let me know, okay? Over background music, okay. I can fix background music. Background music is easy to fix. Yeah. Let me tune down the background music a little bit. There we go. There we go. Okay. Oh, your game music. Hi. Excuse me. Sorry, I just had some noodles for supper, so yeah. And if you guys know me, I tend to put a lot of pepper in my noodles, so that'll actually be a good test, actually. When I coughed, it sounded pleasant at all. If it sounded unpleasant in the slightest, like in terms of, I mean, I know coughing sounds bad in general, but I mean in terms of the noise coming out the mic or your headset or whatever, I'm a little bit worried because yeah, the changes I made to my audio settings were pretty drastic, so I'm a little bit worried I might be coming across too loud, or my voice might be peaking too much or something like that. So yeah, do let me know if it sounds bad or unpleasant, whatever. No spitting or puffing. Technically, it's more of the loudness. I'm a bit worried that the loudness is too peaky. If I know if that makes sense. Technically, this is audio engineering stuff. This is the stuff people consider when they're dealing with audio, and maybe somebody who doesn't care will notice stuff like this. Although, even if consciously you guys don't notice it, subconsciously, your ears and your mind recognizes unpleasant noises. So, it is very important to get audio right. Or at least audio needs to be pleasant. Background noise is fine. background noise isn't the thing that I'm too worried about, but yeah, do let me know if you hear any rumbling or any fan or like my air conditioning. If you hear any of that, do let me know there as well. Yeah, I made a lot of changes to my. Hang on, it's a bit chilly right now. I made a lot of changes to my audio settings, so yeah, I'm a little worried. I'm just worrying about how my stream sounds. Although technically, when we start playing, that'll be the best measure of, how good or how bad my audio settings are. Especially when I start screaming, the monster's trying to kill me. That's when you guys will know, chat. That's when you guys will know, that whether or not my audio settings are awful. By the way, how you guys doing? Is everyone doing okay? How's your weekend been? Everyone had a good weekend. My weekend was slightly busy. I had to go for dinner with the family, so yeah. Slightly busy weekend. Part of the reason why I had to stay up extra long that day. After the fancy stream, I did D&D, and then after that I had to stay up and go out for dinner with family and some friends. Although I did nap for like 3 hours or so, but it wasn't enough. I needed more. So yeah, after that I just went to lie back down in bed and eventually fell asleep. It's like hum, but not. Okay. If you do notice a slight hum, then I do need to tune my noise suppression just a tiny bit, because this noise suppression setting is designed for pre adjustment. So now I've slightly tuned my noise suppression just a tiny bit, so that it doesn't introduce too much muddiness to my voice. Weekend was chill. Alright. Yeah, due to the stuff I had to do during the weekend, it wasn't that chill for me. Trying to stay up all night and only working on 3 hours sleep is not pleasant, but since then I've managed to get enough sleep, so yeah. And today, I actually intended to stream earlier, but I accidentally napped for like 4 hours, give or take, so yeah. We're here to stream. We're here to stream for okay, yes. We're here to get our progression for Death Stranding underway. Shall we get to it then, chat? Shall we get to it? Shall I get ready for Death Stranding? Sleep schedule tuning, yep. Sleep schedule tuning key. Oh, which reminds me, before we get started, I technically mentioned this on Fansly, but this will be the first day we need to change this. I have run out of coffee, so I need to switch my coffee over. Let me see. There's a Bond Cafe Espresso, Bond Cafe Mocha. No, it's not what I'm drinking right now. I'm now drinking this one. This is all coffee. Or for the next couple of weeks, probably a month or so. Say hello to On Cafe Morning Brew, Morning Coffee. This is gonna be our coffee for the month, chat. I technically have 2 bags of it, and technically it expired 4 months ago, but don't worry, chat. You guys advancedly helped me look this up, and I also looked it up myself after. Roasted coffee beans technically don't expire. They might lose a bit of their flavor profile, but they don't expire, so yeah. 4 months old past the expiry date on coffee beans just means their flavor profile might not be the flavor might go up might leach out a little bit, so the flavor won't be as tasty, but it's still good. Okay, Jack, don't worry. I did a lot of tuning over the weekend actually. Sleep schedule tuning. We did fancy tuning. The fancy stream actually went quite well. Hope you guys enjoyed the fancy stream. And if you guys want to check out the VODs, it's available over there. I cannot link Fansly in YouTube because YouTube doesn't like that. But if you guys check my Discord or my Twitter, you guys can find links to my Fansly. Where's my Death Stranding? Alright, I forgot. Death Stranding is on Epic. There we go. Get ready to go into Death Stranding, guys. Something else that happened in my Death Stranding actually. A friend of mine, Kevin Kylon. You can see him around here sometimes. He and I tried to meet up in the game. Tried to form a strand contact, but it's really difficult to form a strand contact if we're not on the same platform and we're not already friends on said platform. My friend is playing on Steam and I'm playing on Epic, so yeah, we can use the friends list to meet up. We have to meet up. We need to find each other randomly in the game, and yeah, we failed. Chat. We tried our best, but we failed to form a strand contract. Last time, like we tried it. I think we tried to form a strand contact for like 2-3 hours over the weekend, and we couldn't find each other. We'll try to find each other today, or more like my friend has already progressed beyond me. He has left some markings at certain areas, and I'm gonna be visiting those areas to try to see if I can find him. So yeah. You're drinking chai tea? Oh, chai. I don't actually like chai tea. I tried the chai coffee once, and what's one of the major ingredients in chai? Was it cinnamon? Was it chai that they put a lot of cinnamon into? If it is the drink that I put a lot of cinnamon into, I didn't really enjoy it because I don't actually enjoy the taste of cinnamon, at least not when it's the main flavor, you know. I do add a bit of cinnamon into my eggnog, but it's only like a dash of cinnamon. It's a little bit of, seasoning to the eggnog, and it adds a little bit of flavor. But when I drink chai and coffee, chai or whatever stuff like that, the cinnamon in it is so strong. Let me look this up real quick. Hi. Do they put cinnamon in it? It seems like chai cinnamon is fairly common. I assume that It's the drink with cinnamon, yeah. The flavor's a bit too strong for me. When I drink coffees and teas, I prefer to have the taste of coffee and tea be the, the primary flavors. Yeah, this game is well, but the flying was harder. Yeah, the game is actually quite hard. And I'm actually playing the game at the hardest difficulty, so yeah. I've had to run away screaming a couple times already. You like sweet things? I do enjoy some sweet stuff, provided it's not too sweet, but in the case of chai, yeah, it's just a little bit too... the taste of chai is just a little bit too strong for me. I prefer more mellow... Well, I don't really like mellow flavors, I prefer strong but smooth flavors, that's what I like. That's what I like to do for my coffee as well. Hello everyone, grab your drinks. Remember, it doesn't matter what you're drinking, as long as you're here for the moment, chat. It can be coffee, tea, beer, root beer, water. You have chat, as long as you're here. In 3, 2, 1. Bye, chat. Cheers. Okay. Oh. I just realized I need to check something. That was a manual save, right? Okay. I just had to make sure that I was on the right save. My friend and I tried to do some stuff to try to get ourselves to meet up, but sadly we failed, so yeah. Okay, let me use the toilet. Yeah, Bon Cafe is a fairly cheap coffee brand.
EX grenade number 1.
You don't really get much you don't get much good flavors out of them, but you're not bad. They're just cheap, it's all. Get what you pay for. I have 2 bags of them and I'll see about buying some better coffees once those 2 bags are done. Now shower. As usual time we have to do our usual ah yeah. Delicious. You have to look into what type of coffee you like. I mean, to be fair, coffee is an acquired taste, so not everyone likes coffee. I know a couple of people here who dislike coffee, prefer teas or whatever. You know, each town. And we do have teas here. We have milk. We have cream directly from the tap. So yeah, we have plenty of stuff here. Let me see. Are these more just tutorial meal? Surprise here. Blah blah blah. I need a bit of connection between you and the president, Emily. Is he trying to foreshadow something? Blah blah blah, put parts here on the map, blah 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 blah. I'm gonna give them a demo. Thank you, all the stuff you brought took care of that BT too. If we? Stuff inspiration, blah 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 blah. Yeah, there's nothing here, it's just telling me how great I am coffee. Love the smell of coffee, but just not got a taste for it. There are different types of coffee. There's really milder coffees. Alternatively, there's also cocoa. Cocoa is nice. Benjamin Hancock, blah blah blah, was uncut. What if they couldn't get the Cupid, blah 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 blah. Yeah, yeah, there's nothing here. Almost smart jokes for me. Just me. Hey Sam bro, is it just me bro? Everything's pretty lively around here since you came through bro. Been checking on the staff's vitals lately bro, and everyone's in good health and good spirits it seems bro. Time was we freaked out and stop fighting over the smallest shit bro. Nowadays we're all smiles and handshakes, back slapping bro. Hell, I even doled out a few hugs bro. Best of all, bruh, we got a piece of buyer, you know what? I think we're losing less smart drugs because of it, bruh. Maybe our bodies are producing oxy on their own again, bruh. Even so today we ditched the smart drugs altogether, could be just around the corner, bruh. You made it all possible, Sam, bruh. Sam, bruh. You're a hero to all of us, bruh. Sam, you're giving us hope, bruh. Bruh. Okay. Just got some fresh cocoa. Oh, nice. Okay, when I did that, bruh, shitting, bruh. Okay, did my voice sound unpleasant? Because, yeah, that's when my, compression and, that's when my compression and, limiter would kick in. And I'm always worried that my voice sounds unpleasant whenever I go louder. Oh. Silent Poet Stone. Album original from 12 years. Silent Poets. Asylums for the Feeling. This is in the what really? An in-universe account of Death Stranding. Yeah, Kojima himself said that upon hearing the album Dawn, image of Sam striding to the walls almost came to mind. Silent Poets hit the charts worldwide. Oh. A solo project of musician Michiharu Shimoda. Also runs a gaming company. He's looked after the Death Stranding team more than once during development. What, really? The musician catered for the development team? Wow, that's cute. It was fine, sounding just cringe. Okay, fine, I'll accept cringe. Fine, chat, fine, chat. I know I'm cringe, chat. I know I'm cringe. I know that I'm just big cringe and makes you face palm and all that whenever you guys are here. Fine, chat. Fine, chat. Fine. I'm gonna guzzle the energy drinks. Oh, I say fine. Got some more energy drinks. Actually, we're about to head out, chat, and and let me go to the washroom real quick. I will. I know that this is still early in the stream. I apologize, but I normally drink a lot of water whenever and let me go to the washroom. I'll be right back. Don't worry, I will rush this. Wait 1 second. I'll run. Be back, chat. Be back. Coming, child. Here. Hang on. Right there. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. I'm here. Oh, by the way, chat, while I'm sitting here and putting back on my BDSM chest harness, for anyone whom I haven't seen for a while, like you, Ice9, how's your Christmas and your New Year's? Did everyone have a good Christmas and New Year's so far? Is your 2023 gone relatively smoothly? As smoothly as it could have? 7. Hi. Wait, didn't I use a different color for my hat? No, I didn't. I kept this color. Let's check in on BB. Hi, baby. Aww. Good morning, baby.
Tired, huh?
Tired? Well, too bad. We're going now. Gotta put your ass to work, baby. You gotta earn your keep. You wanna eat around here? You work. Hey, it was fun. Had lots of stuff happen, but it's great. Alright, that's good to hear. Also, hello, Ginger. Welcome. How's it going? Right. Now let's head out, shall we? Got the patches there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay, a lot of people claimed my shit. 20 players, wow, really? Okay, hang on. While I'm here, I'm going to try to see if I can make any StrandCon new ranked event. Yeah, fuck that shit. I don't do ranked. Kyla and I are still trying to find each other and let's see. Kylon, are you here? Kylon? No. Sadly, no. Can't find Kylon, damn. Oh well. So let's see, medium on records. You see 14,000 likes on other players. Nice. How's my bridge doing? My bridge is doing okay. Down to 90%. That's one also is at 90%. Then 80%. Those are breaking down, but it's fine. Those are just ladders. Ladders are cheap. This bridge here. Okay, this bridge is still doing well. Alright. Cargo for Sam present. Right. Go to blah 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 blah. Sorry, I don't read Russian. You're gonna have to translate that into English. I'm doing okay. A little bit groggy from oversleeping, but I'm okay. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Hope you're doing okay as well, Ginger. Okay, let's organize our inventory. We're gonna start carrying a container repair spray around. We have a PPC, we have a hermetic, 2 hermetic grenades, 2 pairs of boots, in addition to a boot that I'm wearing that's barely started, a support skeleton that has barely been used at all, blood bag slightly damaged but that's fine. I'm leaving these behind, I don't think I need to carry those. I think. Let's see. Anything here for me? Wind farm, capital. Nothing really I want to take with me, so. Yeah, well, let's leave as is. This will do. Okay, chat. I technically already know that there is a cutscene as soon as I walk out of this because I tried to meet up with Kylon and and in order to try to meet up with Kylon, I tried to walk out of this place and he immediately triggered a cutscene. So yeah.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Let's go get the cutscene. You play with Yuko. I play with what? Can I play with a girl? No. I'm the only one here. Okay. Should I be worried? Oh shit, what the fuck? Wait, what? Oh? Who the hell are you?
The name's Higgs, the particle of God that permeates all existence.
What? Is this a boss battle?
So it was you that dragged him into all this.
Who? What? What the hell? What? Fairchild?
Bloodied but unbowed.
What the fuck? Well, why can they do that and I can't?
Bridget Strand is dead.
What?
America's last president dead and burned. Oh, and now the girl's been chosen to take Mommy's place.
You got that from smelling
Well,
me?
that won't wash. She's not cut out for politics, is she? Oh, but don't worry. I'll find her. And I'll keep her real safe.
You don't know where she is?
You see, I've come to understand the truth of the Death Stranding. Oh, there's so much you people don't know. The girl, for instance. She's not like you or me. Dooms ain't her thing. And she's more into destruction on a worldwide scale.
What?
An extinction entity. Oh, it's so hard to form connections when you can't shake hands. Fortunately, I've got a good connection to the other side. Now you You're no bridge. To me, I'm bound to all of it. This world, that world, and our sweet little angel of death.
What the fuck is going on?
You're on the menu.
No, I'm not.
All it'll take is one itty-bitty void out to blow us all to kingdom come. So how about it? Aren't you getting tired of the grind?
I'd rather
Isn't
not.
what you've been waiting
void.
for this whole time? A game over.
What am I supposed to do? What the fuck?
Heads up, Sam. According to our damage assessments, it would only take a single void out to total Port Knot City. A single BT allowed to make contact with a civilian would be enough. We can't let that happen.
What am I supposed
You
to do?
got to deal with that BT right
What?
now.
Is this actually a boss fight? Hang on. Is this a fucking boss fight? Okay. Oh, judging from the crowd. Hello, DJ. I know. 11 billion Alaskan crabs went. I have no idea where they went actually. They haven't actually mentioned what happened to the oceans here. They haven't said whether life died on the ocean. Oh well. How am I supposed to deal with this? What do you expect me to do? Oh god. Oh fucking. Oh god damn it. How do I get up here? Fuck you. Fuck you. Oh god. No, fuck off. Am I doing it right or no? Because I don't know what I'm doing. Shit. Hang on. Oh, okay, hang on. How do I throw shit again? Hang on. Avoid losing your balance. And stamina. That was a fucking. Hang on. Feeling of your canteen, exhaustion. Where's damage? Hang on. Where the hell do I? Where the fuck is throwing shit? Meals. Use cargo. Press V. Use as a makeshift weapon. Release. To throw. Possible to knock out. Okay, and if I'm not mistaken, it's that button. Okay, fuck you. Ah! Oh shit! Automatic grenade? Oh, thank you. Whoever the fuck you are, thank you. I'll take it. Thank you. Fucking God damn it. Fucking. Come here. Come here, motherfucker. Take this. And this. Am I doing this right or no? I can't tell. Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Oh god. Oh fucking. No. Shit, 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 shit. Give me that. Come on. Come on. Okay. Come on. Ah! Oh my god. Come on! Come on, get up! Get up, get up, get up, get up! Fucking! Ah! Where'd he go? Where the fuck did he go? Shit! Oh my god! Ah! Oh, come on, what? Are you serious? I was at full health! What the fuck? Okay. 85? No, fuck you! Fuck you, motherfucker! Fuck you! Get away from me! Shit, 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 shit. Not good. Not good. Not good, not good, not good. Come on, come on, come on. Fuck. Baby, not now. Hang on. Offload that. No, wait, hang on. Offload that. Utility pouch. Utility pouch. What the hell just happened? I died. I don't know how I died instantly, but oh well. Fuck! Fuck, fuck, fuck! I need another grenade. Give me that. Okay, I don't even know what I'm doing inside. Get up. Jump. Okay. Where the fuck do you go? Where the fuck do you go? EX grenade too? Oh, thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Sorry, I can't like you right now. Drop that. And. Okay. That guy gave me his shit. I'm gonna throw his shit at the monster. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Come on. Fuck you! Fucking. Come on, bitch. Come on. I have shit bombs here for you. This shit didn't do shit. Yeah, how about this greasy? Yeah, I know, but I'm not sure if I'm doing the right thing. I'm just kind of throwing grenades at it. Fuck you! So, I guess we know now that those monsters can be killed. Overall rating C. Yeah, fuck you too, game. Fuck you. Fuck you for that. Motherfucker. Total damage taken by Sam. He only hit me once and I instantly died. What the fuck was that? Isn't it make vulnerable with blood bomb hit with something else? It's just blood bombs. Just keep throwing blood bombs at it. Yeah, that was okay. I didn't think there were gonna be boss battles in this game. Thank you, by the way, whoever it was who threw grenades up for me. I don't know if what the tip menu said about that, but I appreciate it. bloody fucking.
Incredible. Simply incredible. For the first time in history, a human being has defeated a BT. Were you not a repatriate, I doubt it would have been possible. Not only does contact with your fluids pose no risk of triggering a void out, but in much the same way as your car is rejected by the beach. Your blood can be used to expel BTs from our world and return them to the other side. You've given us hope, Sam. Perhaps we may yet be saved.
Be proud, my friend. Emily's still waiting for you in the west. Head to your boat. It's ready.
Fuck
Get
Emily.
those supplies to Lake Knot City. We're just getting started.
Fuck Emily. Give me all that shit. I'm gonna go back to the room. Well, not necessarily to the room, but I'm gonna go back to the safe house real quick. Cause yeah, I need to organize my inventory after all that. That. So, do people intentionally leave grenades here for me to find? And blood bags and stuff? I wonder how people were able to, you know, throw stuff up to me to help me. Oh. Lots of time space fuckery crystals here. Grabbed all of them and I'm now gonna take it back to the safe house first. Nearly budgeted it all though. Be careful. Don't burn your dinner or anything. Let's go into the safe house. Get the fuck out of here. Okay. Oh, strange. I don't know why I didn't scan just now. Oh well. This guy put this. This guy put this sign here at the exact spot where you'd see it during the cutscene. Ain't no giant tentacle monster gonna war me today. Nope. None of that's happening. Let's see. Let us recycle stuff that's used up. That's used. It's used. It's partially used. Might as well recycle it. Recycle. I'm just gonna donate some of that. Confirmed. fucking Bridget. Now for private locker, let's see. Place that in my utility pouch. Okay, which one came from someone else? Did I get a blood bag from someone else? I thought I did. Utility pouch. Right, private locker. All of these go into private locker. This is attached to SIFT. That is attached to SIFT. That is Torque. The other two, put it in storage. I think that'll do. I don't think I need to. Should I sleep after that? After just one battle? Did I sleep, chat? Because that was BS. Baby is also upset. Yeah, you know what? You know what? We're gonna go back. Gonna go fucking back to the room. Because, yeah, we definitely need a shower after that. Definitely need a shower after that. Because fuck that noise. Fucking into a fucking boss fight immediately after. God fucking damn it. After killing a kraken, I take a nap. Yeah, in my case, I need to go to pee again. Let me go pee. I'll be right back, Chad.
Good morning, Sam.
Abby.
Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
I'm back, Chad. Yep, I'm coming. I'm coming. Yeah. Coming. Coming. I call bullshit on that one time I died, cause he one-shot me. Bloody hell. I call bullshit. Bullshit, Chad.
Nice.
That was bullshit.
EX grenade number 1.
Take all the time I need to blow those up. That's exactly why I need to, you know, be quick. Also, whoever it is who gave me the shit grenades, thank you. I appreciate the thought, but they didn't do do anything. Apparently only the hematic grenades work. The shit grenades didn't do anything against the monster. Wherever you were. I am back. Boy, no, just in time for shower scene. Also, chat, during that battle, let me know if I need to make any adjustments to audio balance. Was it too loud, too soft, was it hard to hear me? You know, things like that. I can make adjustments if necessary. you know that full body dryer actually seems very neat. Could I get one of those? I like one of those. Oh! I have a tentacle monster statue thing. It's it looks very uh squirmy and and um yeah, looks very tentacly. Mm-hmm. It's actually a really nice figure. I don't mind having that. Yeah. Need to drink 3 cans of these things again. Full body blow dry wouldn't get the dampness out of those hard to reach places. Well, I mean, if you know, spread properly, then I'm sure I'll be fine, right? Right, guys? Just make sure you spread yourself properly. Mm-hmm. Need more coffee after that. Clean by everyone. Yeah. Yeah, me just fine. Alright. I'm a chat if I ever need to make any adjustments or if everything, something could be better, do let me know. I appreciate you guys for letting me know if there are things I could do to improve the stream for you guys. I'm actually really curious. How did people throw me the stuff? Stranding. Helping others. Boss fight. How to help other people in boss fight. Someone goes throwing blubbergs and grenades at me. Let me see how. Apparently, you don't have much weapon. And when you go to them, you take the grenades and blood pouches, NPCs' names. People seem to think that it's items from other players left in a post box. Or in a nearby storage area. Yeah, it seems question about items from other players during boss fights. Yeah, most people can't figure out how the ghosts work. Maybe by lacking a substitution. Probably recently played the area. Ah, so it appears to be completely random. Interesting. Oh. Let's get out of here. To survive, get to know enemy on the field, keeps pressure. Use your brain, use it to overcome anything. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. I was just kind of... Oh.
Take a look. This is what the world looked like hundreds of millions of years ago.
Oh.
It was just one big continent. And do you know what this is?
Wait, didn't we get this already?
The moon. I'll show you the real thing soon. I promise.
Did we get this cutscene already? I feel like I've seen this before. We got this already, didn't we?
The whole wide world will be yours to explore. You'll be able to go wherever you want. Even the moon.
Yes, Daddy man. I know that Kylon keeps calling him Hannibal Lecter, but I don't care. And he's just Mads Nicholson. Oh, I think we're pretty good to go. Is there anything I want to share with people? Only blood bags and grenades. Yeah, people seem to think that it's grenades thrown to you from people who donated stuff here nearby. So you know what? I'm gonna help out too. Let me see. I'm gonna grab I got plenty of blood bags I can donate. I'm gonna donate these to the shared locker. See if I can help out some people during their own boss fight. Alright. I wonder what the blue symbol means. Is it? Oh, it's because it's inside the... Oh, it's strapped down here. Okay, so that's what it means. Interesting. Okay, it's in shared locker, there you go. Hopefully my grenades and blood bags will help out someone during that boss fight. Right. Now let's get out of here.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant
Keep on keeping on.
We've been waiting to go on a boat ride for quite a while, so yeah. Shard over there. We'll grab it and then we'll actually deposit it in the next port. You don't need to go back here. I'll just move on. It doesn't matter where we deposit a data shard, as long as we do it. Let's see. Do I need to use a ladder to get up there, or? Can I climb this? I can. Really? Put a sign here. Oh. I appreciate it. There we go.
There we go.
You take the shot. Right, where are we supposed to actually? I'm actually kind of surprised that they put boss fights into this game. Oh,
Gonna catch a ride on that boat, Sam? Before you do, be aware that you'll have to leave behind any cargo you haven't gotten around to delivering. It'd be a shame to abandon something important, though, especially if you were close to finishing a run. My advice, put that stuff in your private locker in Port Knot City. Or, if you're feeling responsible, you could just delay your boat trip until you've tied up loose ends. It's your call.
I've already done everything, so unless they mean I also drop stuff in my bag. Would they make me drop stuff in my bag? I don't think so, would they?
Have a pleasant journey.
You know what, just in case, they make me drop stuff in my bag. We are going to save here. If they make me drop stuff in my bag, then we'll head back and drop everything off before we wander through this checkpoint. Let's see.
Snack?
You again? What the hell is going on back there, by the way?
You came through then.
I don't break that easy. Name notwithstanding.
You saw that asshole too, right?
Higgs. He's the leader of a separatist group.
Seemed to me like he was controlling that BT.
That's level 7 for you. Higher, maybe.
What?
Seems
can
like you know a
control
lot
BTs?
about him.
Used to work together. Guess you could say we had a contract.
You did business with terrorists? Whoever pays, huh?
He wasn't like that back then.
So what's your angle? You want to save the world, or you want to fuck it all up like him?
The fuck was that?
I wish I just wish things were different, alright? Here's alright.
The catamaran design. Wait, no, that's not catamaran. That is,
Don't worry, she still floats.
there's a specific name for this type of design where
Come on,
the
we're
boat
the only
is...
cargo left.
Why does the game keep forcing us to look at her face? Like, they make us look at her uncomfortably long. Hello, Kyle. Welcome. How's it going? So I just went through that asshole boss fight. It's the catamaran. Is it a catamaran? Or was it hydroplaning? Hang on. Let me see. It is the catamaran design. Catamaran. If you guys want to know what a catamaran boat design is, it's this. Chat. Specifically, you gonna capture anytime soon? There we go. Yep, that's it. Basically any boat with this type of design. Central hull floats above the water. It only touches the water using these two pylons here. Hydroplane is what some boats do when they go fast. They rise above the water. I see. Okay, hang on. Okay, I was a bit worried that my OBS is gonna crash. The last time I used that browser to browse, and I deactivated the browser window, my entire stream crashed. Yeah. I was very worried that it was gonna crash my stream again, but this time it didn't happen, so. And I just need to. Wait a second. I forgot to set something up real quick. There we go. Okay. Let's get out of here. Time for a boat ride. Boat ride. Have you guys ever slept? Oh wow, that's so loud. Have you guys ever slept on the ocean before? It's very peaceful if you can get used to the rocking of the boat. Like the Flying Dutchman rides out of the water? Not exactly.
We should get there tomorrow.
How far are we sailing anyway? How large is the lake? This is one of the Great Lakes, isn't it? But I'm guessing it became even larger after the apocalypse. You really should take care of that better, you know, Sam?
I told you before, Sam. The past just won't let go. Listen, I have something to ask of you.
What?
It has to do with that asshole.
Oh god. Oh fucking yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Wait, what? Did you really fall asleep sitting up? We just slept before we got onto the boat. How tired are you? Created 2 to 3 times larger than the Great Lakes. Oh. Really?
Sam. Sam.
Okay, I'm fine. You
Do
again,
you remember?
bitch? What the fuck do you want this time?
It's almost time to go, Sam. told me.
Huh?
No idea that I was alive.
What?
Living is no different from being dead if you're all alone.
What the hell does that mean?
Or warm. I don't want to go home. I don't want to go home.
Here. It's a dream catcher. Wear it when you sleep, and I'll keep the nightmares away. I'll always be with you. Did you forget how to go home? Come on. I'll take you halfway. And then you can do the rest by yourself. Better now? I'll be waiting for you on the beach. Come and find me.
What, is she dead?
We used to play together a lot in this place.
You brought me here. I couldn't make the trip on my own.
So long as you have a body to return to, you can't come and go as you please.
So you can't just come back east through here.
Not until you make us whole again, Sam.
Please stop saying make us whole. I don't want to suddenly have fucking
I'll
Dead
be waiting
Space
for you.
vibes.
On the beach. Come and find me.
I have no idea what the hell any of that meant. Like, she's technically dead, but not actually? What? How about what? And we intend to make it the president? What? 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 Excuse me? What the fuck is going on?
I don't know how you sleep. Need to pick me up?
Disgusting.
Welcome to Lake Knot City. What?
Nothing.
Let's go.
The only pick me up I need is coffee. Thank you very much. I don't enjoy flesh-colored tardigrades.
This cargo is from Port Knot City, bound for Lake Knot. I'll leave these up to you. The dispatch terminal is up ahead. In the meantime, I've got some business to attend to. Later, alligator.
Okay, so they literally dumped everything that was not in my... Hang on. Yeah, they dumped everything that was attached to my suit and on my back, but At the very least, they didn't delete it. They just put it over here. Oh. Oh. Okay, let's manage our inventory, shall we? Easy to do it from here. Matter grenade. Hatch to suit. Maser gun. Hatch to suit. Container spray. Hatch to suit. Climbing anchor. There we go. These all will just put on our back, and these are the cream and eggs we were supposed to deliver. So let's get this done, shall we? Anything here? Anything at all? There's a bunch of crates up there. Really? Oh. Why is that lost cargo here? Jeez, how messy is this place? Someone literally just left cargo down here. What the fuck? Alright, the terminals over there. Auto paver, what the fuck is that? No idea. Wait, I'm detecting a memory chip. Where? Wait. Oh, I think I spotted it. Come here. Lifting packages is beneath them. Yeah, lazy motherfuckers. The packages are here. Oh. What is your time for gradually erode structures and roads? Duration continues. Structures may destroy the contributing materials to a structure for repairs. Okay. Lazy motherfuckers. How is this lost cargo? The port is right here. My god. This is gonna be annoying. Let's see. Carry on back. What's that? I carry by hand. And then Turn back. There we go. Oh god. Fucking. See if I can find your name. Yep, I'll keep an eye out for you. Is that it? Can I not go that way? It's not. This way then. Oh wait, I'll make sure to look out for you. Now we just have to pray that I load something, anything that Kylon put down. Oh fuck. God, there is literally no reason to not just hold on at all times when you're carrying this much trash. Oi, motherfuckers. That stuff is right down there. All this lost cargo that you're too lazy to pick up. Come on. Let's get this squared away.
Decontaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh. Come on. Come on. Harpy Deliveries. Let us complete everything. There you go. Yes, your crap. Whatever the fuck all this was.
Welcome. We were watching your boat the whole way.
You were watching us arrive and you couldn't.
Everything you're transporting above board, nothing dangerous or illicit. I'm sure they checked you on the way in, but I'm gonna have to take a second look.
Go right ahead, motherfucker.
All clear. Not picking up anything unusual. Cargo looks great too. Been a while since we got some of this stuff.
Been a while since you had a delivery of cream and eggs, really? Well, enjoy your, cream and eggs. Don't hesitate to ask for more. If you want more, I can always provide. Okay, maybe not the eggs, but I can provide the cream, and I'm sure I can source eggs somewhere. Ceramics can now be used. Well, material can be used in ceramics? What's that? It's all the way to level 2. Thank you. No one even gave you a ride. I know, right? You have all those cars there and I couldn't use any of them. Assholes. Doesn't get cleaned all that often. Yeah. Don't worry, I'll make sure to give him lots of cream. Remember our motto? Customer satisfaction is always guaranteed. Ooh, managed to almost get to level 3. Not quite yet, but soon. transporter. Nice. Cargo condition grade 10. Keep your balance more easy. Oh, perfect.
Sorry for the hassle. Can't be too careful these days. Oh, we heard you were carrying a Cupid. That right?
Yeah.
You're clear to link us up.
Very well. Yes, your alien jizz magic thing. And we're connected. Okay, I see the craters that are now lining that entire area. I wonder it took them like a day to get through. Design data for the following. Smoky meat. Decoy cargo. Yeah. Preppers. They get ground 0. Okay.
So we're finally on the network. Long time coming. We won't hold anything back. Capital Knot City will get everything. If all this info sharing makes everyone safer, I'm all for it. You can bet I'm not the only one here who feels that way. I suppose it was better when Bridges 1 first came this way. At least I don't remember terrorists and BTs making our lives difficult back then. Well, be careful out there. The world's not what it used to be. And thank you.
Finally made it past ground 0, Sam. Congratulations. And thank you. It'll only get harder from here, though.
Yeah.
When we first came through, it was different. Peaceful. The 3 cities out there, Lake, Middle, and South Knot, were all on board with our plans for reconstruction. Fragile Express was contracted by all 3 and kept supplies moving and people connected. But that all changed a year ago, when the Separatists carried out their attacks. One took out Middle Knot City. They detonated nukes from the old days. Half of South Knot City went up in the other. Casualties were devastating.
You're using
Bridges
nukes,
doesn't have
really?
the resources to link up the remaining cities on its own. We need to secure the support of everyone, even those who want nothing to do with the UCA. Impossible as that may seem.
The situation has changed dramatically since Bridges 1 first went west. The destruction of Middle Knot in particular forced us to adapt a new strategy. It's like Amelie said, we don't have the time or resources to construct another knot on that scale. That's why we've taken to cutting deals with preppers and the like. Our only recourse is to utilize their shelters to bolster the strength of the network.
It takes a special kind of person to live out here on their own. The kind that'll tell us to fuck off if we ask them to join the UCA.
Oh, we know. No one's expecting them to say yes up front. But even if they don't like dealing with most people, they got on okay with Fragile Express.
Don't tell me. You want us to use her credentials to get in good with them?
Bingo. She's agreed to it too.
And in exchange, she gets...
Nothing really. A chance to get back at Higgs, I suppose. I can't blame her for wanting one. He took everything from her and then some. Time heals some wounds, but not hers. The work ahead won't be simple or easy, but it needs doing. Get some rest for now. We'll talk more later.
Is Fragile the only courier for Fragile Express? Oh, come on, you're gonna force me into the fucking... Ah, come on, I wanted to manage your inventory. No! Motherfucking game. Hey, sir! Oh. In Dreamwall again. I wonder why they didn't just use void outs. They're starting to use void outs now. Maybe they just were just starting out, you know, they didn't know how to use void outs yet. Oh, they wanted to. But now they're using it, so yeah.
Here.
For me?
It's called a key proof. It means knot in old words. You can also use it to count stuff. I add a knot when I make a friend.
Okay. Then how about I add another knot every time I see you? This must be very important to you if you were able to bring it here. Very special.
It is special. I made it for you.
I'll treasure it, Sam.
Oh.
Something to eat?
Really, Fragile? How the fuck do you get in here?
Ask your boss man.
No. I mean, why are you here?
Got a delivery for a porter. You're gonna need this on the road ahead. This will ID you as an associate of Fragile Express. It's woven from my blood and chiral crystals. Think of it as a kind of bond. Preppers around these parts won't give you trouble so long as you've got it. We were the only people making deliveries out here. This was our territory. Until Higgs fucked it all up. Me, the Express, our reputation, all of it.
And now you want to fuck them back. On your own.
I'm not on my own. The cave, Port Knot City, next to your bed. So far apart, yet somehow we keep meeting. All that BT country in between where I should have been caught in a void out. Yet here I am.
I'm fairly certain opening an
Here I
umbrella indoors is bad luck.
You can use the beach?
I have a beach. You've got yours. I've got mine. I use it to jump across space.
When can I do stuff like that?
I can't conjure up BTs the way Higgs can. But I can go after him. Chase him to the beach. Problem is, everyone's got their own way in. I'm only allowed to pass through the beach I know and understand. I'm sure you've heard the term multiverse.
You alright?
The jumps take a lot out of me. Suck my blood dry. You're going to Edge Knot City, right? Place is full of terrorists. But if you're dead set on it, then you're gonna have to deal with Higgs sooner or later.
Look, I make deliveries, killing monsters and terrorists. It's not what I do.
What if we did it together? I could use my power to help you. We don't have to want the same thing to be on the same side. I could send you across my beach. To any place the Chiralian's thick enough. Any place connected to the chiral network.
What do you expect in return?
I expect you to think it over. Here. Call it an incentive. And call me if you need me.
Okay. Please stop opening an umbrella indoors. It's bad luck.
This will keep us connected. See you when I see you.
Oh great. Now I have that as a permanent fixture in my room. Really? Fast travel. Transport any distribution center or safe house within covered by the counter. Any items you are carrying placed on private. I see. So I can jump myself, but I'll leave any items behind. interesting. This makes things a lot more convenient, actually. Don't forget to call your new girlfriend something. She's not my fucking girlfriend. She's one of those girls, you know, who forces herself onto you. Yeah, those kind of girls are bad news, Chad. They force themselves on you, but they still, you know, play very mysterious, and you never know what they're thinking. Yeah, those kind of girls are bad news. Never go for a girl like that. You're trouble, Chad. And watch out anyway. Eventually she's gonna stab his back. I know it. I know it. And those girls in school try to force you in a relationship. Yeah, then you know what I'm talking about. And then this happens, you're like, danger! Danger! This is Yandere. Yandere is different. Coffee for everyone. Cheers. Have more coffee. Any new mail? Blah 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 blah. Not one, given half given up on the Cupid ever getting shitty. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Yandere on beaches. Was it? Oh, I can eat crypto bios directly in my safe house now. Fresh tardigrades in the morning. Ew. You really have to eat them bit by bit. What's the point of eating these? Do I get health benefit for eating these things? Much faster. Or is it just for the purposes of creating more shit grenades? Easier. Tastes like poofy chicken. I hope it tastes like fried chicken. Yeah. Drink 3 of these. Has that white stool thing always been there? Hang on a second. Has that thing always been there? Chat, has that white stool thing always been there? I know that the trash can has always been there, but Has that white stool thing always been there? I don't remember. Game? Game? Are you gonna... Game? Are you gonna... Excuse me? Game? Game? Are you... Game? Hello? Game? Are you stuck? Game? Uh... Hello? I'm pushing all the buttons, Chan. Nothing's happening. Really? Really? Did I just stumble across a soft lock? Really? Well, Sam is relaxing, but I can't do anything. Game! Game! Could you please fucking... Oh god, fucking... Kylan, has this ever happened to you? Is this an extended animation or some shit? Cause nothing's happening. Yeah, I'm going to assume that I've soft locked. Give me a second, let me restart the game. Oh my, there's some hentai directly behind the game. Sorry chat, you can't see my hentai wallpaper. It's really nice hentai evolving. What was her name? Knee socks? Panty and stocking? Well, as nice as it was to see that, I have to relaunch the damn game and get back in, cause game froze on me. Let's get back out there. Why does no one eat properly in this story? Don't know. We don't really see any food in this game, do we? I mean, we do. No, we do see food as part of our deliveries and stuff, but yeah, we don't really see anyone eating. But then again, I doubt they'll want to go through the trouble of programming the animation for everyone eating. Okay, let me just skip through all of the stuff. Okay, then break this time. Thank you, game. Check on BB. Good morning, BB.
How you doing, baby?
Time for us to head back out. Technically, we weren't supposed to come here before. get back out there. What's going on, Dad?
Baby, can you hear me?
Yes, Daddy.
Can you hear me? Steady.
What? What was that all about?
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Sam, access the Lake Knot City delivery terminal.
All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Where's my shit?
To
Oh, wait.
review, your present
You
objective
again?
is to extend the chiral network from Lake Knot City to South Knot City. To that end, you'll need to utilize prepper shelters as way stations. Frankly, it won't be easy. Fragile's tried to get some of them on board, but you know how preppers are. More than a few won't want anything to do with the UCA. So we've got to prove to them they're better off with us. Figure out what they need and what we can provide, and then deliver. Do that, and they just might agree to join us.
Okay.
All right, get to it. The list of orders is on the terminal.
First things first, we're going to drop off the memory chip data. There you go. We'll read these later.
Wow, thanks. You did me a real favor there.
I am a dog. You have my heartfelt gratitude.
No idea what that is.
Thank you for your contribution.
Going to recycle some stuff. These are going to be recycled. There we go. We have a new element we can collect. Ceramics, they said. I have no idea what those are. We'll find out later, I guess. Confirmed. Here you go. Enjoy.
Thank you for your continued support.
Let's see, what can we fabricate?
An empty container tagged with a fake ID, aka decoy cargo. Could be useful for fooling folks who can't get enough of other people's deliveries.
A trap, huh? I don't think we need traps. I'm already a trap. We don't need more traps. I'm more trapped than you could ever need trap. Well, I'm sure we'll be fine. So let's see, we got orders. Craftsman. Elder to engineer. Of a Devo. Fragile cargo delivery to mountainous area, and that is to craftsman, huh? We'll do one order at a time. I'm not really familiar with this terrain, so I don't want to carry too much junk with me at once, so we'll just do the first, most easiest order.
This is a somewhat unusual order. You're going to want to review the key points in the summary.
With associated risks. Factors, blah blah blah, okay. Fragile cargo. Low durability can be destroyed easily. Way to avoid vibration and impact. So that's why they want to give me the Ikai cargo right now, huh? I'm supposed to use it to try to avoid combat. Interesting. Just based on only partial data. It's still the experimental stages, however. Oh. Like this. Accept. Here we are. Damn. Chat. Hang on, I suddenly need to go to the washroom. Oh. Give me a short 5 to 10 minute break, okay? I will be right back. I'm sorry. I apologize for this. Put on some music in the meantime. Sound mixer. Da, 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 da. Give me a second. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'll try to be quick, okay? Love you guys. Hope you guys enjoyed this so far. Sorry again. Yeah, sorry again. I'll be right back, chat. back, Chad. I'm back. Sorry. Drying myself up now. I'll be right back. Well, more like I'm back already, but give me just a minute to dry myself off. I'm just to explore this new land. Also, I want to see if I can spot Kylon. Anything? Kylon put down. Kylon said that he's all over the place, so yeah. Let us hope that I'll be able to find something that Kylon put down. Oh. Come here. There we go. Get back into my BDSM S harness. 7. There we go. Excuse me. Sorry. Here we are. Alright. Alright. Hopefully no more toilet breaks for a while. Let's see. There we go. Right, I'm not going to produce anything because I think we have enough of everything. Confirm. Are we delivering? Just one? Okay, that's fine. Evil Devil Unit. Experimental stage, right? My hand, and then that back on my back. There we go. Okay. I think we're ready. Let's get out there and explore.
Thank you for your contribution.
Ceramics. I don't know what ceramics are used for. It doesn't seem to be used in any fabrication. No cargo for me. That's fine. Right, let's go. Let's explore.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
Oh. Shalashaka. Shalashaka.
You're passing through mule territory. Move fast and quiet. Because if they see you, if they catch you, to think that their parents were reporters like you who risk life and limb to try and keep our country together. And now their broken children carry on the work without any understanding of what it once meant. It's a ritual to them. The delivery. An insatiable addiction. And they'll be coming for you to get their next fix.
Yeah. Fucking delivery junkies. Alright, let me see. Kylon said that he put some signs at a specific spot. Let's see. Where did Kylon put down his markers. Right. Let's go and check to see if I'm lucky enough to spawn any of the markers from Chiron. We put out some markers on at the back of this building. The large dish is outside the walls. Right of the large dish outside the wall. And the northernmost dish. These things? Dish? Oh, I just saw another data shard over there. Dish? Right of the northernmost dish. Let's see. Let me see, can I make the map larger so that I can... right over there. Okay, it's right. Oh, I can walk out of the crater? I didn't know. I mean, walk out of the shield? I didn't know that. Okay, let's see if we can find... Access denied. Oh, I can't go there. Do I have to exit out the front and then go around and come back? It's not letting me out. Can I not go out from here? Really? Do I have to go out the front and then go all the way back around? Really? Use a vehicle later. Oh, god damn it. Motherfuckers. Let me out, god damn it. That wall isn't gonna stop fucking wheels from just walking in. Bloody hell. Yeah. Just gonna fucking get my data shard first.
My teeth.
That wasn't by the skin of your teeth. That was that that was like eating. Pick up your game, Sam. Give me that.
There we go.
Can I use this? Can I use this? No? Fuck you! Motherfucker. Yeah. Oh, I guess they only have one way out, chat. Because this fucking game is refusing to let me go out the back. Maybe that's where I want to go. Engage. Oh, we step outside. More coffee. Hi, everyone. Yes. Alright, let's go. As I mentioned earlier, we are only doing one delivery right now because I'm unfamiliar with the territory. We're gonna see what we can learn about this place. Can I use you? No? Bitch! Right, so we're eventually gonna go south there. Before we do that, we're going to go up and around. Gonna go there. See if we can find the signals left by Kylon. If we can't, then that's too bad. We'll just head back. What's this? Can I do something here? The parking spot?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
I'm guessing eventually I'll get the ability to build a vehicle and I'll plug it there. To fish for Kylon's markers. Okay. Do you guys mind if I try to fish for Kylon's markers? Feels like this is one of those areas that's going to become important for our mission later. Right, so Kylon is supposed to be somewhere around here. Seeing some cryptobiotes. Seeing a hand. Get that hand real quick. And should have seen it already. Alright, yeah, we're going to try to see if we can fish for Kylon's markers.
There we go.
We're gonna stand right over here. And this is what we need to do. We know that Kylon has put his markers down somewhere on his cell. We're going to do a save. And then immediately load save data. Doing this immediately refreshes the signs. We have to count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think you can, as you can see, the markers here are completely different. All of these are completely different, so yeah. I'm also trying to see if I can find anything left by Kylon. It's okay. Nice Dragon, Psycho Ninja. Random. Random Sarkam, Ivy Wolf. Right, so yeah. Okay, we know for a fact now that none of our structures are from Kylon, so time to reload. Come on, game, come on. Standing right here. Give me some signs from Kylon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. You can see our signs keep changing. Again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Apparently the chances are really low here. Super low. We're asking the game to load a random sign, and who knows how many tens of thousands of people put down signs here. Hundreds of thousands. 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Unfortunately, because Kyle and I are different friend servers, I'm on Epic and he's on Steam. This is the only way we can try to meet up. 2, 3, 4, 5. Some people say it can take 10 minutes, other people say it takes hours. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If only there was a load later save button. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alternatively, if there's any system that allows you to search for a specific person's data, then please let me know. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I would gladly look for a specific person's data just so I can add Kylon. I make things a lot easier. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna try this for like maybe 10 more rounds. If we fail, then I'll just move on and I'll come back later. Because I don't want this entire stream to be just me fishing for Kylon. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Try number 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Number 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. trial number 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Okay. This is number 6. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Number 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Number 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. Number 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. You just check you don't see your signs there anymore either. Do you put down more signs somewhere else? Or are you just too far away? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, you're not spawning. It was just 2 days ago. Are you nearby that area? I think signs don't spawn until you're close by. We'll head back to the front door and then just continue on talking. Maybe I'll put a sign outside the front door and maybe Kylon will be able to find it. We'll see. Let's get back to the entrance. And just put it in the crater there. Which crater? Ah!
It's a close one.
There are lots of craters around here. You know, I'll put it in this crater. Over there. Got it. Ah, fucking.
Come on. Keep it together.
This crater right over here. The last crater. At the further southwest of the entrance. I put a sign right over here. And I'm gonna do my usual target sign. There we go. Right. And now I'm gonna leave and play the game normally. So so that I can trigger and upload. Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
I don't know why people are resting here. Middle of nowhere. Bunch of packages
Looks
for
like a way through.
that city over there. Give me that.
There we go.
I'm not going too far, so I'm just going to get those packages, drop them off in the post box, and
There we go.
come back and deal with them myself. Why the hell are they packages just out here? Oh god damn it! Okay, fuck.
Nice.
There we go. Use that post office right over there. Ooh, they have sandalweed here. Don't mind if I do.
There we go.
Give me some tardigrades. Thank you. And I'm going to can I upgrade this for him? Nah. I'll just use it. I have a locker. I'm gonna put the lost cargo. Yeah, we'll take the metals with us. Might be able to deposit some metals at our destination. Imported locker, thank you. Confirm. And anything in the share locker for me? There's a bunch of hermetic grenades. Nah. Nothing of worse, so let's go. Also, by the way, pissing in the well creates cryptobiotes, so yeah, that's why we should piss. So wait, hang on, I forgot. I wanted to check that out. What is that? What is this for? Build a road with enough materials supplied to it?
A highway used to run through there back in the day. The first expedition team left behind a paver, but to finish the job, you'll need more than that.
Do I need to build a road though? I mean, we have a pathway already. I don't need it. I really need a road. Do I really need it? And cargo. Makeshift weapon. While doing so, release. Do probably not going to be a single blow. There's going to be where the cargo takes a long time when I use the weapon. Yeah, that's fine. I'll use ladders as weapons and shit. Cal 1, Kevin. That's Cal 1, not Kylon. Unfortunately. Right. Let's go. Well, we're preparing the laser gun. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Fuck you! Who's next? Come on! Come on! Bitch! Shock you in the head! Come on! Who's next? Oh, you're next? Let's go! Fuck you! You two? Come here! Anyone? Anyone else? Oh, two more? Okay, come, let's go. Come on, bitch, let's go. Fuck you! I have a fucking taser and I'm in here! Oh fuck! Fuck! Okay, hang on a second. You're not supposed to actually... Fuck! Fuck you! Give me that! It's fine. Any more? Any more? No more? Oh, he actually made me drop my grenades. It's fine, chat, it's fine. It's fine. That totally planned. Yep, we're fine, we're fine. I thought they couldn't knock off stuff on my suit. Guess not. Okay, by hand, and then put it on my back. There we go. 92 and 80s sci-fi action movie soundtrack. It is very 80s, isn't it? I mean, that's here for you. Give me all those metals. I wish I could kill you motherfuckers, but no! No, the game won't let me kill you. Why? I don't know. Right. Let us manage our cargo real quick. You know what, we'll manage when we get to our destination, which is right over here. So let us go, shall we? We'll just go straight. There's a memory chip there. The question is... The question is... Are they still alive? Maybe we'll get the memory chip. Let's go. Get the memory chip and then get to that ladder and then head to our destination. We shall be fine, right, chat? Shall be fine. I don't see them moving, so I shall be fine. Wait, no, I see someone moving. Is there only one person moving though? Seems like there's only one person moving. Did I hold up? Ah, fuck them. Wait, no, there's multiple. Okay, you know what? We'll do this stealthily. We're only going to try to get the memory shack and get out. We don't want anything else. Maybe we'll grab some of the metals. my way up, but still. Is someone resting here? Really? Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Pick this up and run! 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 Fuck! 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 We're out of here! No! Fuck! Oh god, there's too many of them. Fuck! Fuck you! Leave me alone! I know I'm carrying some of your shit, but leave me the fuck alone! There's the ladder. There's the ladder. Yeah. Oh! Oh! Lost them.
About ready to drop.
Time for energy drinks. What's that over there? Metals, huh? Yeah, I'm gonna ignore that. You have a bridge here. Oh, this is dangerous. Huh. I think eventually I'm going to try to build my own bridge. Eventually. Oh, pick this up. I said, pick that up!
Beginning scan.
Hello?
Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy Deliveries! Requested cargo. Alright. Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks. Sam Bridges, I presume?
Yep.
I've heard of you. The man trekking across the country trying to reconnect folks. I appreciate you bringing me this. I do. Times have been tough without Fragile Express to handle deliveries. Let me just check the cargo. Huh. Wow. You took really good care of this.
Yep.
I'll let Bridges know how the V&V testing goes. Thanks again.
What the fuck is V&V testing? What the hell does that mean? Yeah, don't mind my route. My route was, a little weird. Don't worry about it. Akira, I think. Ooh, directed level 2. Thank you.
I need you to understand something. It's about Fragile.
What about her?
You might have heard she helped terrorists. That she didn't care who got hurt. But I'm telling you, that's gotta be bullshit. Her and her people put their lives on the line to get us what we needed. She's a hero through and through.
Okay.
Look, I was born in the shelter. The only world I've ever known is within these walls. So when people talk about America, I can't even begin to imagine it. But if that Cupid connects me to everyone else, I won't have to. So yeah, I want to join the UCA. I want to see what I've been missing.
Very well, there you go. Here's your BTG's magic thing. And this area is filled up. Engineers joined the UCA. Alright. Power skeleton. Ooh. Power skeleton silver, power skeleton gold. Smoke grenades. So I know what those are. Wow, there's a lot of stuff. Chiral network, enable you to access other player structures. Yep. Thank you.
And with that, my standalone 3D printer is capable of chiral printing. Assuming it works, the Evo Devo unit should enable me to replicate all kinds of archived objects. We can rebuild America one piece at a time. In the meantime, I can use the network to see what's going on in the cities, track mule and terrorist activity. It's like you brought me the whole wide world in that package. Thank you, Sam. Let's do business again.
Of course.
Oh yeah. I've got a little something I'd like you to put through its paces. An assist unit I developed myself.
Oh?
Works perfectly in sim trials, but I need someone to test it out on solid ground. And if it makes your job a little easier, all the better.
Yeah, sure. Oh, he's giving me a free power skeleton. Okay.
Sam, active skeletons attach to your legs and augment your physical capabilities. The one you've got there is a load-bearing AS, designed to reinforce your joints. Just wearing an AS will provide additional support, but you can also boost it to maximize its potential. Go ahead and take it for a spin. You won't be disappointed.
Power skeleton. So how is this? Active skeleton. Where's cargo greatly increase? Speed boost, but where web boosting will drain accelerated. Battery will get recharge in sunny or cloudy weather. And this does what? Greatly increase while the skeleton is getting the battery power available. Simply to use, press shift for additional boost that will allow you to sprint while carrying. Boosting will drain battery. Battery will get recharge in sunny cloudy. Can't be touched with hips while using. Oh, okay. Huh. So this helps me by reducing what I can attach to my hips. Interesting. Sam should be getting compressed spinal disc-worn-out knees. Tess enjoys all this work. I mean, if you walk too far with shitty boots, then his feet will, die on him. Any car attachment should be offloaded. Yes. And interesting. Carry on back. Carry on back. And carry on back. Confirmed. Engineers Junji Ito, the horror monk. Is that really Junji Ito?
Come around again soon.
Was that really Junji Ito?
New order available. Please access delivery.
Interesting if that's actually Junji Ito. Alright, let's see. Ceramics. Are there some especially dense non-general circulation circulable? I feel like ceramics are a high value material, so I don't want to store them here. I will store them back at base, but instead I will donate metals here. Actually, I won't donate all metals because I want to build a bridge right outside. I need 400. I need 400 metals for that, so I'm gonna keep 200. Wait, hang on. I'm going to donate this. Donate this. Keep this on me. Recycle that. Your dose of chiral crystals. There you go. I don't know what ceramics are used for just yet. Other than roads. Going to put the ceramics at the main base. Please recycle this one. Thank you.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for your continued support.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here, bitches. Alright, I also want to donate some stuff. I'm going to donate this ladder. And I'm going to fabricate. What? The different skeletons have. Oh, come on. The different skeletons are separate, really? Ah, power skeletons use ceramics. Okay. I keep that in mind. But for now, give me a PPC. Perfect. Thank you. Alright. Carry this one back.
Thank you for your contribution.
Alright, that's one prepper way station. Here we go.
Good morning, Sam.
What? A bunch of stuff here meant to go to the engineer? Really?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
This literally lost cargo right outside. Why? You lazy motherfucker! Come and get your fucking lost cargo, goddammit. Might as well deliver them their cargo. Might as well. Come here. Give me that, thank you.
Nice.
We're going to deliver these to the engineer, and we're also going to build a bridge. Get across that, and yep. We're going to go back to our base and rest up a bit before we make a second run through, back out through the mule territory.
Just you, yourself, and me.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Deliveries. Lost cargo. Here you go. It's going to Lignot City, and we're going to deliver that ourselves, so I need to do that. I'll take care of that.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, hey. Good to see you. You've done more for us than we had any right to ask. Don't
Is
think
that
we don't know.
actually Junji Ito? And can I buy some horror manga from him? It'd be nice if I could buy some horror manga from him.
Thanks. Until next time.
Mm-hmm.
Good work. New
That's all I
order
needed.
available. Please access delivery terminal for further
Wait,
information.
I forgot to check to see if he has any deliveries going back to Lignot City. He does. Alright, well, we'll take it. No problem. Some custom made tools, of course, we'll take it. Definitely. Okay. Carry my back.
Order assigned.
Fine. Let's see. Where should we build our bridge?
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Safe travels. Keep on keeping up.
Now that we know the lay of the land here, can someone build a recharge station here? We could build a bridge here so that bikes could easily get over the rocks. Yeah. We'll try to build a long bridge here to get over the rocks easily. Let's see here. Let's carry on our back. I wish I could tell which one was the broken ass PPC. That one is the broken ass PPC. Fucking. Right, we want a bridge, and we can change bridge length. Make it extra long. There we go.
Let's get this done.
Perfect.
Can't this thing work any faster?
Nope. Gotta wait. Because Hideo Kojima says so. Structure menu. Complete structure. Here's some metals. Convert. Let me carry this by hand, and now back on my back. There we go. Attach that to the tool rack. Thank you. Hermetic grenade attached to my suit on this side. There we go. Right, that's good. Aren't you done yet? Oh wait, they required 800 metals. Fuck! Hang on. Fuck! I forgot, it's 800, not 400. Shit! Hang on a second. Alright, we gotta go and get more metals. Come on! Some stuff there. I'm going back, so might as well, right? Also gonna take that container repair spray and dismantle it. We need all the metals we can get. Come here. That. I've forgotten how much metals that bridges require. So expensive, I swear.
There we go.
Someone build a tower here. Oh, I'll grab that as well, thank you.
There we go. Drink something, dumbass.
You drink later. No drink break until you finish the damn bridge. Motherfucker. Get to work.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I mean, I need 300 more metals. Clay materials, give me... Need 300, so... Give me one of those, and one of those. Yep, thank you. Carry my back. Let's go. Come on. Come on, bitch. You can do it, come on. Get your ass over there.
Weapons restrictions lifted. Safe travels.
And...
God damn it.
There you go.
We
Good thing we fought all those mules actually. So I have all these resources to go on the bridge. Okay, now you may take a drink break. There you go. I wonder if the mules I electrocuted have woken up. Alright, can I mark this as upgrade request? I can. Wait, are they different? Oh, the two zones have different bandwidth pools. So I don't have to worry about the fact that I have bridges in the other zone. I can just build more bridges here. Oh, that's handy. Thank you, game. I'm going to just deposit the chiral crystal amount for now. Hello, Daddy. Welcome. How's it going? Welcome to Harpy Deliveries. We're exploring a new world. New area. New stuff. New enemies. New motherfuckers trying to take my shit. Lots of interesting stuff here. Now here's the question. Did the motherfuckers wake up? Seems like they didn't. Okay. Is this the pulse box that I used earlier? No, this is a different one. Any cargo heading for metals? Oh, this will be very good for me actually. I forgot to break that down. Ah, it's fine. I'll break it down at the port. What the hell is this, by the way? Before I grab those metals, what's this? Hello? Are you hologram? You are hologram. Trying to hex. What do you have for me? Ew. Yeah, I'm just gonna take all the shit then. I'm gonna take the ceramics as well. Take all the metals. Titanium repair spray? No. Titanium repair spray is worthless, so we'll leave that behind. Can't carry on my back. Fuck! Okay. What if we leave that metal behind? Can I? No. Okay, what if I leave one of these behind? Can I? No? Well, fuck you then! Can I? Fucking hell. Okay, hang on. Why is it arranging it like that? Stay by hand. And carry on back. There we go. So carrying too much shit. Fuck you too. there enemies chasing me? I don't see any. Those are all the motherfuckers I killed earlier. Ah shit, they're coming for me. Really? Take that and run. We're leaving, we're leaving. We're leaving. Fuck you too, we're leaving. You gonna leave me alone? Thank you. Oh. And I can't wait until I can get the bike over here. Or any kind of vehicle. Something it's a lot easier. I have a power skeleton that can carry so much junk, but I can't pile it up on top of me. That's annoying. There's stuff here I'm supposed to pick up and deliver, right? Yeah. Can I carry this by hand? Okay, let's go. Oh god. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Oh! Oh! Fucking. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. Oh! Okay, okay. We'll go. We'll make it, chat. We'll fucking make it.
Almost toppled over.
Oh, fucking. Oh, god damn it. Fucking. No. Okay. Well, fucking. Okay. Okay, well. Oh! Hang on. Footwear is damaged. Okay, hang on. Hold on, footwear. Come on, let's go. Maybe I should just walk.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying
Right here.
ID.
Come on. I know your stamina's almost zero, but come on. We're here. Okay, we're here. We're safe. We're in the safe zone. Just get to the damn fucking offload station, please. Oh god. Yeah. Oh, come on. Get up. Come on, we're here. Really? You dropped over at the end? Okay, we'll walk. We'll fucking walk, motherfucker. The wife of a Harpy Delivery man. Chat.
Have a pleasant journey.
It'd be nice if I could use any of the large vehicles, but no! No, the game. They don't let me use any of the good shit. I have to walk. Because these guys are motherfuckers. You know I could really use some help out here. Motherfucker.
pleasant journey.
Oh fuck! Fucking no! Come on! We're almost there. Just get down and deliver the fucking goods. God damn it!
Rest is advised. Keep on keeping on.
No! No! Oh! No! No! Okay, come on! Come on! Come on! We're almost there! Come on! Come on, fucking... No! Fucking... Don't fucking fall over, you motherfucker! There we go! Bitch! God fucking... This is so painful, boss. Shut the fuck up, Chad! We're making it work! God fucking... I got the shit here, alright?
How's it going? Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam.
I'm single-handedly saving fucking civilization, motherfuckers! Yeah. Oh my god, I was just a little tousled around. That's fine. The package just dropped on the road a little bit. It'll be fine. That's why we put those little bubble wraps in the packages. Fucking thank you.
Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
I'm not done yet. Get the fuck back here, motherfucker! This is for you.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. The legend does it again.
You damn right I did it
Everything looks
again.
to be in perfect condition.
Bitch.
Thank you, Sam.
5% damage? I think you mean 0% damage. 0%. You're gonna put fucking 0% down, motherfucker. Bitch. Thank you.
Until the next delivery, then.
I look like I'm about to kill. No, I'm not. I'm about to smash. That's what I'm about to do. Not coom. Okay, maybe I can coom while smashing, but that's besides the point. Here you go. Recycle that. Recycle that. Recycle that. Recycle that. Recycle that. I think we're gonna keep our support skeleton in storage. Unless we just donate it. You know, we'll just donate it. Why not? I'm gonna donate our support skeleton. Since we've now upgraded to power skeleton. Oh, we don't need support skeletons anymore. Everything else is good. Blood bags are good. Alright.
Thank you for your continued support.
And we're gonna donate our support skeleton. There you go. Anyone needs a support skeleton? It's all yours. Alright, before we go, I want to test something in the firing range. There's a weird button combo that I do not understand. So, I need to try out something. Right, so here's a blood bag. Going to carry it. No, I want to. How do I? I can use this as. How do I use it as a weapon? No. Maybe I need to hold and... Yeah, how do I... Huh? I don't get it. Wait, hang on. Am I supposed to... Try this. Swing and... Oh, okay, I get it. I'm supposed to press the button to attack and then release the mouse midway through. Oh, that is so jank. Well, at least now I know how to perform that attack. Okay, hang on. Let me try out the smoke grenades. I never used smoke grenades before. Is that it? That's all they do? PUBG style smoke grenades. They make you cough. And grenades explode smoke on impact. Call the smoke visibly causes target to choke. Ah. So okay, makes me choke, huh? Alright. That's all I need to know. Reset firing range. No, leave. I'm leaving. Breathe? What? More breathing? But the breathing happens on fan Sliver, not on YouTube. I don't do that here. We're a wholesome stream. Totally wholesome. Let's rest. Have a drink. You know I have a bag of Doritos sitting next to me that I've been tempted to open up and eat all this time. But not yet. Not yet, sure. Cream pie. Cheers, everyone. Excuse me? hell's that? Uh. Rachel, if that's you, then don't just fucking stand there. Rachel? Rachel, is that you? I swear if that's you, then you oh. I swear if you're pranking me, I'm going to smash you, you hear me? Oh god! Okay, that's not Rachel! Why is there fucking jump scares in this game? What the fuck? I don't do horror. Fucking Hideo. You're not supposed to actually do horror. It's a nightmare, right? You're not. This is not gonna be like Silent Hill, the room, right? Where eventually the fucking ghosts start entering our room, our safe space. Give me a second. I need some music. I need some music. Silent Hill is supposed to be Kojima and Norman Reedus after. Yes, I know, but just because you didn't get to make a fucking Silent Hill game doesn't mean you should sneak some jump scares into this. Fucking Hideo, I swear. Motherfucker. All on purpose. Rounds of the look of purpose. Whenever I hear pages 1, interviews floating around. Oh right, the data shards I find. Is that it? Oh, nothing else. Okay. Okay. The engineer, fucking Junji Ito, yes. In the audio deck lately, these people tend to associate them with BTs. Designed for more all-purpose scanners. And various objects on the ground. Quite a few changes. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna open the fucking Doritos. Just eat after that. Come here. I have a bowl here. And pour some Doritos into the bowl. bag aside. There we go. Fucking idiot. Fuck you. Fuck you. Jump scaring me in a walking simulator game. Someone's bound to take an issue. Allow users to project holograms. Don't we already have that? We could. We do that. In fact, you do that whenever we talk, right? Anything new? For Devil Unit. Evolutionary Development Biology. Your genes. Same self-building blocks, blah blah blah. Grow a dinosaur from the DNA of any living organism. Recreate the process in which dinosaurs evolved from primeval life forms. You know, every time I read a new email from Hardman, I get more convinced that it's going to become a mad scientist. Because I'm fairly certain he's going to evolve some Cthulhu monsters. You can take incomplete data and incomplete objects and reproduce their complete form. Benefit for research reconstruction efforts. Interesting. Chiral network 2. How to travel through time. Sending large amount of data takes a large amount of time. True. Our light from the stars we see is produced thousands of years ago. Routing data through the beach is like jumping to a point early in the journey, thereby cutting it shorter. Seems like a roundabout way of just achieving wormhole tech. Or maybe this is the essence of wormhole tech. Taking a shortcut through time so that all of the stuff arrives at once. Make a finger bone of a dinosaur. Extrapolate from that not only the dinosaur's form but its composition, blah blah blah. Yeah, and they should be able to reclaim everything we lost. You're literally trying to rebuild things, huh? He's pretty much already a mad scientist, isn't he? He's getting there. I'll say the point where he becomes fully a mad scientist is when he starts saying things like, we should all join the beach. Join me, everyone! Become LCL Tang! A la Evangelion. That's when he'll be a true mad scientist. Only not nearly as emo as Shinji's dad. Yes, Gendo's dad did Shinji's dad, Gendo, did everything because he wanted to smash his wife again. But this guy, the hard man, I think he just wants to, you know, blah! That's the kind of mad scientist he's gonna become. Agile. My father told me perhaps people decided longer they couldn't trust their nation to be there for them anymore. Once at a network spanning the whole wide world. It's an items from anywhere to anywhere. Still well isolated. Talking about freight delivery and all that. And the age of the internet. Everyone feels alone. Some wanted walls around their borders, wanted to turn away refugees and outsiders. Some even wanted new nations of their own. They began to see the state as the enemy of their freedom, not protector of it. The ones most far gone, they didn't trust the country to defend them if something went wrong. War, terrorism, natural disaster, you name it. So they built shelters and stocked full supplies in preparation for the worst. And then the worst happened, with their stranding. America ceased to exist and their shelters became their homes, where they would live and they would die. But while they prepared, they weren't prepared to live there forever, which is why they wound up relying on us couriers so heavily. My father and I didn't want to go back to the old America. We didn't want a country that pushed people apart. We wanted one that brought them together. Nice dream. We're like at ground zeros. Blah blah blah. By the east coast, an explosion like nothing the world had seen before tore a gaping hole in the heart of America. Found out there had been other explosions, not here in America but the world. I think this is one of the first instances where they mentioned that shit was going down elsewhere as well. We have no idea what's going on outside of the US. For those, what the country was pretty much done. Although my kid brother's still alive. Getting up corpse disposal team in capital. Oh no, that's the guy whose brother we went out with, who unfortunately died. I interviewed the engineer. Not completely cut off from the outside world. I knew bitches. They were trying to build America. Blah blah blah. Long gone. Couldn't see how a country long gone was any concern of me and mine. If Fragile was fairly happy to keep bringing us stuff, we didn't need anyone else. Looking for part of this machine my dad put together. It said made in the USA. Really? Not made in China? America might not exist anymore, but the stuff America built is still around. And it's a little easier. You could say all country lives on and it works. They dialed a while back. Anyway, if they were American, I guess that makes me American too. Well, that's Junji Ito. They didn't even check up on us here in Canada. Yeah, I know, right? every country for themselves, unfortunately. It'll be nice if they were to somehow link up with Canada, but it seems like that goes beyond the scope of this game, as far as I can tell. Maybe we might get Canada in Death Stranding 2. Or maybe we actually get Canada later in this game. I doubt it though. So I hope for Canada in Death Stranding 2. Wait, did I not deliver? I thought I did. Big fish. And button. With revels in his death's fantastical tales. Only to come to resentment as he goes on not realize they're nothing but wild flights of fancy. Reconciliation between a father who seemingly can't help embellishing the truth. Desperate to understand before it's too late. Interesting. A Tim Burton movie. Because a Big Bang was terms originally intended to imply the story of the origin of the universe was nothing but hot air. Cute. Oh, Low Roar. Low Roar's second album. Hideo Kojima picked up on a visit to Iceland. Nice. Member of a band known as Iceland Joy Division. Oh wow. Interesting. He picked up this band purely because he met another Icelandic band member who was his driver. That's really cool. It's classic Hideo Kojima. Find someone you like, then create something together with them. Oh, this is cool. Hideo Kojima is really a visionary, isn't he? It rains all the time. The rain in this game seems to be paranormal though. Who knows what happened to the weather cycle after this Death Stranding apocalypse occurred. Maybe the water cycle was also changed. We don't really know what's going on with the rest of the world. So maybe Canada's still normal.
PX grenade number 1.
As far as the rain goes. I'll see. Well, hopefully we'll see eventually. The extra luck setting late in the middle years will definitely do something. I suppose so. I mean, a lot of your rainwater comes from those Great Lakes, right? So, I suppose it would affect you guys somehow. I'm not gonna eat the entire bag of Doritos right now. I plan to eat it over the course of today's session. So let me just finish up the remaining chips in the bowl, then we'll continue on. In the meantime, you guys can see Sam eat crypto piles. So it seems these things do give me a health boost, but only later after I sleep. The Arctic air normally rushes straight down its coast. Everything is so flat. Well, after the Death Stranding, it might not be flat anymore. If you guys experience a lot of explosions as well. The whole area might be just full of craters now. You never know. Could be like Gundam, you know. In every series of Gundam, Australia is always a massive crater. Wow, Australia. Always a giant crater. Is there any meme that Australia gets fucked? In Gundam? Whether as a direct result of the plot or just something that happened in hindsight. When Double Gundam first came out, people were learning about the lore and history of Double Gundam, and then when the show shows you the map where Australia should be, half of it is just a massive crater, and everyone is like, of course Australia is fucked. Alright, let's give it a head up. Let's examine BB. BB. Hey, BB. Oh. Let's see if there is any colors I can change. I don't think there is. Nope, doesn't look like it. Alright, that's fine. Alright, chat, let's get back out there. We have 2 more areas to link up. We'll do these 2 areas at the same time. First things first, let's check on our equipment. These are like half broken, but it doesn't matter. Laser gun, good. We shot 1 boot. We'll craft a boot. Yeah, we'll craft 1 replacement boot before we get underway. Everything else is pretty good. Upgrade equipment. Give me 1 replacement boot, please. Thank you. Before we head out, let's plan our route. Do we want to avoid Neo territory, or do we want to go through it and just fight them? You could just go through it and fight them, to be honest. On the other hand, it would be good to develop different routes. we have a one route going directly to the engineer through Mule territory. We could try to go around. You know what? We'll try to go around. We'll develop another route that takes us through this way. Fine. Final conversion meatballs and now we have a pizza tells us someone an energy drink. It's coffee, chat. Don't worry. Don't worry. Our headcanon is that it's coffee. Yeesh. Do you have any standard oh.
Ah, a supply request.
Hmm?
Up for taking care of it? Thanks, Sam. We could use more people like you.
Other players, equipment. Give a little one blood back to the engineer. We're not going there right now. Instead, we are going to... Yeah, we're going to go around. We'll accept the craftsman, select, and we'll accept Gilder. We'll accept both. We'll construct an additional PPC. There we go. Hang on, offload this real quick. Carry in hand, put on my back. No, we put this on my back. Confirmed. Get up. Yes. Heal them all. Don't worry, we'll kill them later. But now we're just going to forge another route so that things will be easier coming back. We need to claim 800 metals. Confirmed. Thank you. Right, and now we head up. We'll kill them all later. We'll definitely kill them all later. Does anyone have metals for donations? I will definitely take that, to be honest. Okay, maybe not the resin, but the metals. We definitely need the metals. Custom hermetic grenades? Oh. Interesting. What about that later? Cargo for delivery to Lake North City. Cargo for delivery to engineer. And we'll do those later. Confirmed. I'm going to donate. Actually, hang on. Let me turn this off. We don't need that anymore because we have background music. Actually, blood bag is not something that anyone ever needs, so we're going to recycle the blood bag. Confirmed. Yeah. Fuck off. Actually, I forgot to recycle the... No, hang on. I've got to recycle these metals as well. Recycle these. Thank you. Get the fuck out of here, bitches! Private locker. We're gonna take this blood bag and put it into the utility pouch. There we go. Okay. Ready, head out. Let us go.
Thank you for your contribution.
Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
Have a pleasant journey.
Let's get out the engines before we plot our route.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey.
Alright, here we are. Let's see, we are going here. There are a couple of rivers we need to cross. Generator there. Possible I want to minimize the number of bridges I have to build, so we'll go here for now and see what we can see with regards to the land. Check out the lay of the land and see what we can do. Where's a good place to build a river? Yeah, the bridge. Yes, we should cross the river.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
My mark is still over there. Some stuff for us? Might as well. Oh, there it is. I was wondering where the hand was. There we go. Thank you.
There we go.
Let's see here. This area is really, really rough terrain. I'm guessing this is where they want me to, if I want to make this easier, I should build a road.
There we go.
Yeah, it was just awesome. I'm assuming that eventually, once I complete a certain complete the story up to a certain point, I'm going to start seeing roads everywhere. So it may be a bad idea for me to build bridges now, but when am I going to start seeing roads? I have no clue. if I am eventually going to see player roads, then it's you know what? We're going to reload. I'm going to reload, and I'm going to see
Verifying ID. Clear.
if
Weapons
I
detected.
can,
All weapons will be locked.
if I can if I can just power through until I see other people's
Up
roads.
until departure.
I'm not going to bring all that metal with me. Grab this. Put these two. Wait, no. Put that in private locker. And just recycle that. And we'll just head out. We're going to make this normal journey on foot. Fuck up, bitches!
Thank you for your contribution.
And just to double check, make sure I have my orders. Yep, I have 2 orders. Right, so we're going to go back out that way, but we're not going to be lugging those heavy metals with me. It should make the journey easier.
Keep on keeping on.
More emotionally resilient. Really? Maybe you enjoy the sprint. Really? Maybe you like sprinting? Right, we're going to go this way, and then we're going to go this way. That's our route. Just our general route.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Any mark from Kylon there? No? Oh, sorry. Actually, hang on. I do not want to cross through Mule territory, so we're going to cross here, and then cross to here, and then cross to here. There we go. Perfect. We'll use some of the land as we've been lugging along with us. Pick these up while I'm nearby.
There we go.
You really piss on the tardigrades. Yeah, you did piss on the tardigrades. We're going to deploy a ladder right over here. Let's see, ladder, and like so. There we go. And my laser gun. Put it back on my tool rack. Let's go. Okay, that's really mountainous. Might need more ladders for that. Hopefully we can craft them though. Yeah, I'm not gonna go all the way over there to grab the centerweed. It's too far away. Seems to be a pretty nice place. No rain at all. Oh. Wait, no, okay, maybe, maybe I shouldn't have spoke too soon because I just saw a rainbow. Hopefully, there isn't gonna be any rain. Yeah, thank you. There's a generator right over there. Should probably find a... Aw shit, it's raining. Aw shit, it's raining. Okay, I'm gonna have to assume that the entire region across the river is going to be rain. Try to see if we can avoid it as much as possible. It is a very small creek, that's fine. Right, where is it? A road paver here, huh? But that's NPC road. Okay, we're gonna avoid crossing the river because I have a feeling that that area is gonna be rain, so we're instead going to follow the river all the way to here. Let's see what we can see. And head that way. Give me that. Thank you.
There we go.
What am I carrying on my back? Description mats for the elder, huh? Carry by hand. Thank you, and now put it on my back. Perfect. It's pretty rough. I think we can go over here. Oh god damn it! Oh god! How did I fall off there? The data shard. We should grab that. I'll grab this hand. Thank you.
There we go.
And we'll grab that data shard.
There we go.
Here, data shard. Come on. Come to daddy.
There we go.
There's actually good shelter from the rain as well. I wonder if I should wait here. Better wait out the rain. Whew. Oh wait. Did the rain just end? Oh, lucky. Alright, let's go then. Okay, so there's supposed to be a road here, but I don't even know if this road is worth repairing. It requires so much metal, and it's not an ideal route. Yeah, I'm going right for it. Save my metal for bugs that are actually useful. Wait, is that another mule zone? Fuck. That might be another mule zone. Oh yeah, that is a mule zone. You have to go across the mule zone in order to get to the Alder farm. It's not good. But on the other hand, once I dump off these metals, I should be a lot lighter, so maybe I'll be okay. We'll see what we can do. Thank you. What's your face for this murder? Maybe I can find some metals and ceramics for... Oh god! Oh fucking! Yeah, maybe I can find some metals and ceramics for all the construction I need to do. Okay, this is a very wide river. Let's see if we can cross into the shallows. There's a road builder there. But fuck that. A spot where we can build a ladder. That is a bit awkward. That's not ideal. Maybe here. And all we'll build it right across here. That'll be perfect. Got a giant dragonfly? It is. Got a ladder. And I want to get it. Okay, want to get it. Like so. Perfect.
There we go.
This feels like a slightly Nice place. Back on the rain. What's this? Healing spring? Are those rubber duckies? Oh, those are rubber duckies.
Oh, that's the stuff.
Bait? Oh? Over? Witching calcium sulfate, healing cuts and bruises, sprains, minor injuries, as well as restoring stamina. Water safe for infants and small children. Aww. We have little rubber duckies. Aww. This is cute. This is making me want to go to a hot spring again in Japan. Aww, BB's enjoying himself. Oh, he's swimming.
Feels like I just repatriated.
Oh, I didn't mean to interrupt his swimming, but oh. I feel the Japanese coming through the translation. I love it. Oops, I might have actually kicked the ducky out of. Oh. It's technically good actually. It's a nice place that we can heal and rest up at. Outside of the major distribution center.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy Deliveries. Here you go. One special delivery of gun parts and my juices to make BT weaponry. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
EDL really wanted to see Norman be this naked, didn't he?
You're not with Fragile Express, are you?
I mean.
Oh, I get it. Bridges is using their IDs to complete the delivery.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
yep, I'm with Bridges.
Good work, son. I'll take that off your hands. Package looks brand new. Wow. Been a while since I've seen cargo in such good shape. Thank you kindly. I know it couldn't have been easy.
That was relatively easily. We just had to make a slight detour to avoid rain, but otherwise, fairly incident-free delivery. So what I want to see Norman Reedus naked. I mean, we have seen Norman Reedus naked. You've seen him, right? Standing in the shower. So good. Only haven't even made it to 1 star, huh? Oh. I'll take it regardless.
What's your angle anyway? Everyone knows Fragile was behind the attack that wiped out Middlemont City.
She
Only
was?
a damn fool to trust that terrorist to deliver shit now. But here you are, filling in. Keeping her business alive for her, am I right? I swear. Can't trust anyone these days. Don't try sweet-talking me onto your little network. You know why there's been so many terrorist attacks recently?
Why?
Because you all pissed them off with your talk of reuniting the country. Join the UCA. I may as well paint a bullseye on my shelter. Just keep my deliveries coming. We'll get along just fine. I don't need any trouble. Though I will say, I appreciate these hematic grenades of yours. Quality work, gotta admit. Not the sort of equipment the UCA ought to keep to itself. There's a lot of freelance porters operating in these parts, after all.
There is?
If I could churn these out by the boatload and gear up those folks. Now you're good people. I can see that. And you brought my order like I asked. But it'll take more than that for me to agree to what you're asking. Chiral Network is a big step. But if you could prove to me Bridges is an organization I can trust,
Well, how about this? Do another run for me. I'll put the details on the terminal there.
Alright.
Good work. New order available.
What do you have for me? He wants me to go... Oh, he wants me to go even further. Cargo collection from BT area.
Not far from Middle Knot City, you'll find the ruins of an old shopping mall. They predate the Death Stranding. The craftsmen used to live there. Until terrorists organized a void out or two and BTs started showing up. Needless to say, the craftsman had to move house in a hurry. Grabbed what little he could and left most everything else behind. Which is where you come in. He wants you to go and get his old toolkit and bring it back to the shelter. His old home's locked up tight, but he'll open it remotely for you when you set out. Place is crawling with BTs, though. No one in their right mind would even try to pull this off. But if you can, the old man might finally realize Bridges is only trying to help.
Want me to go into BT territory? Are you giving me anything to help? Pneumatic grenade and porter boot. Cargo condition less than 25% damage. Alright, we'll take it. We'll do it. We're here right now, we'll do it. We were going to store our...
The toolkit you're looking for ought to be in my old shelter. It's been tagged, so shouldn't have any trouble finding the place. I'll unlock it remotely once you get there.
We'll put some
take
stuff...
some of those pneumatic grenades you brought with you. Nothing you'll want more when those BTs put your back against the wall, right? Here's hoping it won't come to that.
Yeah, we'll store the stuff in the private locker here. I'm okay for boots, so that put in the private locker. That carry on my back. This prescription medicine for the elder. We are going to put this in the private locker. We're not taking that in with us to a BT territory. We're also going to put the maser gun in the private locker. No sense taking that with us. I hope we don't need ladders, because I do not have ladders right now. We'll see what happens. If we need ladders, I might have to double back and do this later.
Order assigned.
Okay, we're going to BT territory, so I'll have pneumatic grenades ready. Let's go. I need the mules are more dangerous than BTs, but we're scared of the BTs more. I find mules to be more dangerous to my cargo than BTs. Wait, what did I say? I find... Wait, no. I mean to say is I'm not sure what my brain went with, but I find BTs to be more dangerous to my cargo than mules. Yes. Because mules are just, you know, just mules. I don't care. They're generally not dangerous to me. I can just outrun them if I really want to. But BTs, I can't outrun them. I have to deal with them chasing me and stuff. It's scary. I wonder if I should collect that stuff and put it into a post box. I could put it in a post box and then just collect it on my way out. Alternatively, I could just leave it here. Hello.
There we go.
And then pick it up on my way out. Without bothering to build a post box.
we go.
Lots of packages for the engineer. Oh boy. I hope that there's not going to be too many BTs. Oh shit. Fuck. So how do I get in? Is it to open the door from the back? Is the door in there? You know, if I had a ladder, I could probably go up here. Fuck. Damn it. I need a ladder. Shit. Where can I find a ladder? You know, we're going back. I want to try to see if I can pick up my ladder that I left behind. Or use that ladder to get us up there. If I can. Hopefully I can pick up my ladder. Let's go this way. Since we're leaving that area for now, let us pick up and deliver this junk. What do we see over here? Might as well, right?
There we go.
Can't be used letters or anything. Fuck. That means I'm gonna have to go through that. Damn it. Okay, fine, we'll go through. I really wish I had a ladder for this. Yeah. There's no way for me to easily get one either. I have to go all the way back to the engineer. Or back here. Damn it. Yep, I know. I know, baby, I know. There's one thing I wish I could do was climb this wall. Because if I could get over this wall, then we need to go through that place. Wall. Pick up this data. Oh, fuck. So I get for not having a ladder with me, I guess. Okay, time to grenade our way through. Okay. It's a fat one. Fuck. Oh, fucking... No, fucking BT. Please go away. I appreciate it if you leave me alone. please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. Oh, fucking! Hey, Fanzo! Have some jizz up your ass! Oh, fucking hell! Oh, come on! I just stood up for a second. How did that alert them? Oh yeah, fuck you! Oh shit! Fuck you! Fuck. Oh shit, 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 oh shit. No! Could you please leave me alone? Wait, he's leaving? Okay, how do I cancel the throw? Okay, like so. Good. Wait, that guy's still here. Wait, is he leaving? Okay, that guy might be a problem. Well, I need him. Fuck you! Give me that. Thank you. Okay. We're here. You motherfucker, you better fucking appreciate the trouble I went to. Okay. Is there anything I can use here? Oh my fucking god. This is a treasure trove. But can I make it back out? With all of this? Fuck! Fuck, do I risk carrying this shit out? Shit, Chad, do I risk carrying this shit out? You can always come back. I don't want to come back. Let's try just carrying two. Is these two? That's it. If it turns out that I don't think I can do this, we're going to we're going to drop it and run.
Fucking scared.
Should be okay though. We do have the fucking healing thing outside, right? Can use it to heal, right? Right? Right?
Someone's got cold feet.
Wait, don't see him. Oh, there he is. Come on. Oh my god. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Fuck you, 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 fuck you. Where are you? Where the fuck are you? Motherfucker. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! What? No! 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 Fuck off! Fuck off! Fuck off! Get off me! No! Fucking assholes! God fucking damn it! Yeah. Go the fuck away! Yeah. Fuck off! No. Fuck. No. God damn it. Fuck off. Hang on a second. Fucking hell. What happened to the cargo? What happened to the fucking cargo? Oh, you gotta be shitting me! You motherfucking... Listen, chat. Doesn't matter what would've. Doesn't matter even if I wasn't carrying that extra load, alright? That was good. That motherfucker was gonna fuck me over regardless. Fuck. 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 What now? I just go. And motherfucker disappeared and didn't appear, and then he reappeared behind me, so I couldn't get away. Bitch. Yeah. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Yeah. swear, if he doesn't join the fucking...
I need a drink.
The fucking... UCA after this, I'm gonna fucking shove the Cupid up his ass.
Refreshing.
Can I start it on back? No. I carry that by hand. Ah!
Come on. Keep it together.
Asshole. Oh god! Yeah. God, bitch. You got your toolbox slightly damaged, but it's fine, right? You fucking motherfucker.
Almost there.
God, fucking. Oh! Don't fall over. You fucking. Oh god.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Still better than FedEx in the US. You're damn right I'm better than FedEx. This is Harpy Deliveries. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. No matter what. Oh. Oh fucking. Oh god, god, fucking. Come on, turn. There we go. Yeah. Here's your fucking toolbox. You fucking piece of shit. And all the way into the fucking
Delivering cargo.
BT area just for this shit.
What? You kidding me? You actually went into that hellhole?
Yes.
You don't know what this means to me. Whole lot of memories in these old tools. The kind of stuff you can't replace with a chiral printer. Thought I was giving you an impossible mission. Very nice. Everything's still here and in usable condition. Guess you British
Thank you.
folks really do get the job done.
Give me the fucking asset. B? Okay. I'm going to shove this Cupid up your ass, you hear me? Fucking. This is what you're getting to give me a fucking me, fucking asshole, fucking.
Now, to be fair, Fragile and her crew never did me wrong. Could say I owe them, even. If they're running with Higgs now, and that makes them as bad as him, don't it? It's as if all the motherfucking terrorists are coming together like one big happy family. Might be time for us to do the same. Maybe there's hope for us after all. At least if there's more folks like you in the UCA. Safety in numbers, huh? And a new America to boot. Connect me to the chiral network.
Here you fucking go, motherfucker. Gonna shove this up your ass. Come here, bend over. Bend over and spit those damn cheeks. Ooh, a bowler gun. Gee. You see those ladders and climbing ropes over there? That would have been helpful. Really, really helpful. And what the hell are you looking at your hands?
Now that you're looking out for me, it's only fair that I look out for you. So, as long as you keep
Why are you doing that? You're a real person. Why would you look at your hands to confirm that you're connected to the fucking network? Unless you're not real.
Check out this beauty I made. It's called
Are you not
Bowler
real?
Gun.
Are you a
Keep
fucking...
anyone from giving you trouble for a minute.
Are you fucking AI or
It's
some
not
shit?
lethal, of course. I can't promise it won't leave marks, but that's on them. If you think you could use it, take it.
Give me that shit.
A bola gun, huh? That could come in handy. As is, you can use it to restrain human targets without killing them. But swap out those wires with strands spun from your blood, and it might even work on BTs. Go ahead. Give it a whirl.
Ah. Fact strands. The wires used are in fact strands and with fused with strands plus are effective against BTs. Huh. Targets. Length. Dictate what distance of wire will travel along with horizontal spread. Wires will not bind targets if they hit obstacles first. Oh. So it already works on BTs out of the box. You've used this, right, Carlon? You can tell me this. How, in terms of damage, how much damage does this do to BTs compared to a grenade? Like a single grenade versus a single shot from this. How much damage do they do? What's the difference? You can let me know this. So BRB, let me go to the washroom. I'll be right back, chat. Let me take a short 3-minute break. I'll just go to the toilet and let me just take a leak. Yeah, feel free to answer the question while I'm away. Kylon, I'll meet you when I get back. Be right back. I'm back, Chad. B, it's like they dropped the truck over the package. Oh, come on! Listen, it's not my fault that those motherfucking BDs cheated, alright? They clearly cheated to get on my ass and start trying to slime me and vor me. Not my fault. You have to kick the mule once you've tied them. Alright. I can do that. Although to be honest, what I'm likely to do is might just carry the I might just carry the maser gun and the boulder gun at the same time. It kills BTs too, just no air effect. Does it do the same amount of damage as a grenade? It'd be cool if it did. What damage? I guess it's insta kill.
Well, you've done your
I have
bit.
to see.
Time for me to do mine.
Because the different BTs have different health pools.
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Yeah, I have to see how much damage it does. But yeah, we'll see. Don't worry. We have a lost cargo. Here's your lost cargo, you motherfucker.
Delivering cargo.
You're using level 2 ball again. I see, so it does increase damage, huh? That's fine. I guess I'll test it out. And again, it would be good to just have a single weapon that I have to carry rather than both grenades and laser gun. Yeah, I didn't want to trust some of that cargo. Fuck! Ah, well, it's fine. I don't fucking care anymore. I don't fucking care!
You picked this up for me? You shouldn't have. Really.
I didn't. I picked it up for myself.
Oh, this will be right at home in my collection.
How did you get this? I don't know what to say, except thanks.
That's a lot of stuff. Oh.
Thank you for your contribution.
I'm not done yet. Get back here! Recycle. This, and recycle this. Recycle this. There's some chiral. Recycle this. That's good. Yep, that's all good. Right.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for your continued support.
I'm getting really sick of seeing her face. Fabricate equipment. We need ladders. One maser gun, one bowler gun, hermetic grenade. Hey. Oh, the bowler gun is large, huh? Interesting. If the bowler gun is large, can I attach it to my suit? No, I cannot. I can attach it to my tool rack, but not my suit. Interesting. In that case, laser gun. Attach to suit. There you go. Water boots. Put this on. Thank you. Climbing anchor, 2 ladders, container repair spray. Yep, looks good. What do you have for me? A delivery to the engineer. Supply request. Deliver 1 blood bag to the engineer. Okay, we will take this and this. It's actually a player. Why would a player request a blood bag to the engineer? Oh, I'll take it. Right. Tools and a blood bag. Heading up. Okay, let's go check.
Thank you for your contribution.
Before we get to the engineer, we're going to stop by the spring and wait, hang on. Cancel all routes. Get to the spring and head back across the ladder and then get to this ladder and then get to around and from there we can go straight. Hang on.
Good job, Sam. That's 2 prepper way stations integrated into the Cairo network. Just 1 more left.
Maybe I should ask people to make metal deliveries for me. If I need metals. I'll think about it. But yeah, before we continue, we're going to take a bath here. I'm gonna rest. Time to enjoy some more Doritos. So I can be a proper gamer. I wonder if bathing here counts as a rest spot. If it might sit between. Dirtying the onsen water. It's fine, it's fine. The onsen water will refresh itself. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I mean, that's what the onsen water is for, right? To clean up. Help me clean up. I find it annoying that the camera is like off to the side though. I kind of want to get a good view. I can't enter camera view.
Yeah, soak it in.
Aww. Yes, chat. I'm eating food while taking a bath in the onsen. Such decadence. And you know what? I fucking deserve it. After that shit that the copter put me through. I fucking deserve it. Thinking about it, what I might end up doing is carrying laser guns and hematic grenade and a bowler gun. Or maybe just a laser gun and a bowler gun. We'll see what happens once I get back to the major town. I'm gonna have to test out and use the bowler gun at that area anyway, so wait, no, not that area. Is it that way or that way? I can't remember. No, that way. Yeah, we're going that way. Here, drink of water and let's go.
Nice one.
Nice toasty bath at the onsen. Now it's time for us to continue our journey. Let's go, Jack. What is that? Wait, what's that? Was that always there? Was that ruined highway always there? Or did I just not notice it? I can't tell if the highway was always there. Was that always there? Actually, wait, is that a normal highway or is that some fucking monster shit? Because is that bad? Is this a road? Is this a road? Oh. Oh, wow. So that's what roads look like. Oh. This is a the not a player road, but someone upgraded it. So I passed the point in the game where roads are going to start showing up now. Yeah, roads are going to start showing up. Which means should I dismantle this? Because is there going to be a road heading to the engineer? 2 seconds and build already. That's technically Oh, fucking hell. Okay, here's the thing. That's technically not a player road. This is a NPC road that was placed down and anybody can complete it. So I have a feeling that after I got the engineer, got the crafter to join, that was the trigger to get the to start showing roads in my game. So I'm starting to wonder whether or not I should dismantle this bridge then and maybe build a road instead. Might do a road instead. No, other people might build a road for me. Interesting. Nice, I'm building most of them in your game. I see. Yeah, already that was really fun. Yeah, no, this is not about being fast, it's just, yeah, these are NPC roads, I think. Or are they not? Wait, is that an NPC road or not? I can't tell because... Wait, is this an NPC road or is it not? I can't tell. Because I could have sworn I saw this earlier and it was not completed. I came through here and this wasn't ready, but people have completed it. Yeah, but the roads are built by players. Oh, finishing the BT area. I see. Yeah. Oh. Okay, so here. Let us go to make our delivery. You can scan while on the road, you can see who built it. Although to be fair, since that's an NPC road, yeah, I'm like, yeah. I just need to progress the game. I just needed to progress the game enough to unlock roads built by players, and now it's shown. Which is why it's a good idea for me to not build bridges, at least until I fully unlock roads built by players. So that I know where needs a bridge, where doesn't need a bridge, you know? I don't want to waste resources on stuff that I technically don't need. I could see your name on it. I'm trying to keep an eye out for stuff with your name on it. I don't know what part you took through this, but yeah. There's a ravine. Oh. Eventually I'm gonna want to put on my own roads. Might even replace the bridge I put down with a road. Let's see if any of these from you, Kylon. Fine. Random shit, random shit. There. Psycho Ninja, Wise Dragon, random shit, random shit, random shit. Me size, yeah, so far. Sadly, nothing from you. I'm trying to find stuff from you, but so far, nothing. Yeah, nothing. Maybe a bridge because the roads were more useful except for a handful of areas. Yeah, I'm eventually gonna replace that bridge with a road. Maybe. We'll see. Or at the very least for the pathway to head to the Kafta, it's prime territory for a road rather than a bridge because you have to cross multiple waterways to get there. So it's where if I were to build a road I might put it over there. Oh, we'll see. Thank you.
Thanks for
You
the
get
help.
likes.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day.
That's where I want to go. We'll take this. This is junk we can recycle. It's going to the engineer. We'll deliver it. Anything in the post box? Nope.
There we go.
That's someone else's bridge. It destroys resins. No, I'll pick this up. Why not? Seems like someone had a rough go at it down here. Destroyed a dump support skeleton, destroyed 8. Oh yeah, what the hell happened here? did someone die?
How you doing, Sam?
Who was the poor soul who died here? Multiple people went down here, it seems. I'm finding ceramics and a support skeleton. Oh. water. Ah, you're fine, baby. Suck it up. We don't need to go back all the way there. We can just build a ladder over here. So that's what we're gonna do.
Safe travels.
And here we are.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges
Sounds
ID.
happy.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy Deliveries. Make delivery. Deliver requested cargo. Confirmed these things. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How's it going?
Going well, for the most part. The crafter was an
Cargo's in
asshole,
great condition.
but I like you. So you get your cargo untossed. Unlike the motherfucking crafter. Thank you. Isn't that a necklace? Nice. Power skeleton level 2. Nice. More bandwidth, more supplies delivered. Nice, thank you.
Thanks. Until next time.
I'm not done yet. Get back here. More stuff. Deliver request supplies. I don't know who the hell needed a blood bag, but well, here's your blood bag.
Delivering cargo.
Enjoy a blood bag. Right, no, I'm not done yet. Get back here. Lost cargo. These are, yeah, some people dropped this, so here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Right, no. recycle these things. Recycle the metals as well. Alright, recycle and deliver some chiral crystals. There you go. What's my power skeleton? Still fairly. I'm gonna wait until I use down my level 1 power skeleton more before I replace it. Oh, I'm supposed to use it, right? It's like still fairly fresh.
Thank you for your continued support.
I have a locker. Pull the gun. One tool rack. There we go. We're delivering prescription medicine. My climbing anchors are about to break, so we're going to recycle the climbing anchors and then craft climbing anchors and the PVC. Here you go. Get the fuck out of here! I don't care about you. Fabricate. Climbing anchor 1 and level 1. Confirmed. And yep, there we go. Any orders for me? One high performance underwear, really? No, we're not going that way though, we're going to the Elder now, so
Thank you for your contribution.
someone else will deal with that. We have to go here now. I don't know what the route is gonna be like, so let's see. Go draw a straight line for now and we'll see what happens.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Oh, you see that? Come here. Am I supposed to go all the way up that mountain? It's gonna be difficult. I appreciate
This
a
one's for
ladder.
you. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Today's a good day.
Bunch of stuff going to the craftsman. Oh. I'm not going that way though. And it's raining. Fuck. I don't know how deep terrain is gonna be. Hopefully this is just rain and not BTs. Okay. Seems like it was just rain. Ooh, is that a post box there? That could be useful. No, that's not post box, that's trash. Fuck. We'll take it. Nice well. Can recycle some of this.
There we go.
This shelter over there. We're going to rest here for a little bit. While we figure out where we want to go. Also going to organize our inventory.
There we go.
Let's organize our inventory, shall we? Right. Is it done already? That was fast. Right. How do we want to get up? What's the terrain scanner say about how to get there? Maybe the side of the mountain is scalable? It's kinda hard to tell. It's a little bit steep. That player's pointing towards the left, but I was thinking of following the river, going around the right side. No, I think that's what I'm gonna do. What I'm gonna do is I have a bunch of shit I don't need to. Yeah, okay, this is what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Let's see. I have a PPC. I'm going to build a post box. Oh shit, no car, no carriage. Where's the... The car network is way back there. Shit, I can build a post box here. Wait, no, I do have Chiral network coverage. I see signs by other players. Maybe no Chiral network coverage. Oh wow, that's the border, really? Okay. I'm going to build a pulse box right over here.
Now then.
Going to store some of the stuff here. And we're going to scale the mountain on the right side.
Construction complete.
I have any metal I can use to... nope, not yet. That's fine. I'll bring metal here next time. Let's see. Going to the craftsman, that's going to... Do I entrust these? Or do I... Oh, do I think I'm gonna come back here? I think I'm gonna come back here, to be honest. So... I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to place in my private locker. These things? I'll take it with me and maybe we can pick it down at our destination. Right. There we go. Can I request upgrade on this? Yes, 0 remain. Nah, I'm not gonna request upgrade on that. Actually, wait, no, I am going to request upgrade on it. I can always remove that later. Try to see. We're going to follow the river, so we're going to go around this way and we'll see what we can see. Be taking the scenic route up to our delivery point. Although technically, I have a feeling no matter which way we go, it's the scenic route. Because it's up a hill. Alright. Let's see here. Try to see if we can... Do we go above or do we go toward the river? Let's try to go above if we can. Here. Come on. There we go. Okay.
Whoa.
We're gonna put a climbing anchor over here so that can easily get up and down this area. going to come over this way and release the rope behind me. There we go. And now I move on. I'll try to see if we can get to those missiles over there. Yeah, this works. This is a good pathway, it seems. Not too long. And we're here. I'm gonna pick up those metals first before we make the delivery. Quite close, aren't they? Actually, no, they're quite far away. Like there's metals up here. We'll grab those instead. There we go.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Fragile Express ID verified. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy Deliveries. Someone ordered some medicines. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
I've been expecting you. You are my lifeline.
I
I've
am?
only managed to get this far thanks to porters, and you don't ask for anything in return. You have my gratitude. Let's see how's the package.
I know, I do ask for
This
things in
is
return.
great.
Ask for
Excellent
your
job.
satisfaction.
Thank you.
Yeah, don't mind the delivery route. Had to take a slight detour. Don't worry about it. Take care, S-Rank. Much better than that asshole crafter. Send me on a fucking wild goose chase into BT territory.
So you're here on behalf of Fragile Express. Please tell me you
And
put the
bitches.
terrorists behind you. When Fragile, the daughter of the founder, started associating with other couriers, things started getting scary around here. Rumors say that she caused the explosion at Middle Knot City, and there's a part of me that believes it. Of course, she could be just another one of their victims. Are you connecting the chiral network? I don't mind a contract with Bridges, but I'm not going to join the UCA. Go ahead if you're fine with that.
Guys, we have a complication.
Maybe you already heard it from Fragile, but preppers who don't want to be a part of the UCA can still sign a contract with Bridges to join the network. They get to use our delivery services and other basic chiral network infrastructure, much like our full members.
Oh?
Similarly, you'll be able to use their chiral printing facilities to replenish your supplies. They are not, however, obligated to exchange data with us. So don't expect them to share intel or help with the development of new tech. In an ideal world, everyone would be a part of the UCA, of course. But failing that, we want everyone to at least be a part of the network. They can always change their minds after the fact. The Cupid will interface differently with the terminal depending on the type of contract. So connect your Cupid to confirm.
Okay. I guess you guys thought of this already, huh? Here you go. We now have a contract.
The company just got too big. In times like these, we should all keep it close and tight. That goes for couriers, too. Otherwise, we'll just make the same mistakes. Republics, federations, coalitions, states, connecting all kinds of people together. It's just asking for trouble. Sorry. It's been a while since I last talked to anyone. Travel safe. See you around, then.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Materials, the UC route. Yeah, like not city. Interesting. Right. Technically, they're not sharing data with us, right? But I can still input memory chip data here. Oh.
Wow, thanks. You did me a real favor there.
Okay.
Thank you for your contribution.
Standard orders. Interesting. I should probably do these, shouldn't I? Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Well, it's fragile, that's fragile. Okay, we're going to avoid contact with the mules then. We'll first go to the engineer, and then from the engineer we'll go around the mules directly outside the craftsman, deliver the watches, and then finish up with reports of the early days after Death Stranding. That's our tentative plan. Let's go. So you just got the Elder. Yep. We just got to the Elder. I'm accepting some orders to carry back. Right. Bola gun. Put on tool belt. Climbing anger. Magic gun. Bunch of ladders with us. Extra ladders, but that's fine. We'll eventually use this. And we're going to get out. Hey, that's our plan, chat. We're going to visit the engineer and then the crafter and then head back to the city. Before you leave here, could I please use your facilities? Ooh, yeah, I'll take this. I need a PPC, so appreciate this. And we recycle that, and no, I don't want to recycle the metals. In fact, I want to upgrade my pulse box. So recycle these two. There we go. Thank you.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for your continued support.
Game. Okay, thank you. Oh, now I was wondering why it froze. I forgot to deliver chiral crystals. Why is I do that? Right, and I'm going to need an order of 100 metals, please. Carry on my back. Right. Let's go.
Thank you for your contribution.
Oh.
Excellent work, Sam.
What the fuck do you want?
Brought 3 way
I'm busy.
stations into the fold. The preppers are on the grid and the chiral network is looking better than ever. We're planning to use a regional distro center as our next way station. But that'll have to wait. Got a priority task here. A mess in need of cleaning up.
I'm busy.
We need you to recover one of Lake Knot City's system servers. They sent it out for repairs and mules hit the transport on the way back. The server contains validation data for a new delivery system we're deploying. Once in place, it will use the chiral network to automate deliveries. To us, it's invaluable. To the mules, it may as well be a toaster. A toaster they'll happily tear apart for the chiral crystals and rare earth metals inside. If we don't act quickly, we could lose that data. So get your ass to the mule's drop site, snatch the server, and bring it back to Lake Knot City. I'm putting the order in myself. Check your cufflinks for details.
Where is the... It's there, huh? I'll technically be nearby. How do I want to do this? I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to... I don't want to go into enemy territory carrying all that stuff though. Okay, I have an idea. I think that's what I'm gonna do. We're going to continue our plan to go to this post box, upgrade it, drop stuff off at the engineer, drop stuff off the craftsman, and while I'm at the engineer actually, I'm going to entrust cargo perhaps? We'll see what happens. It's like Space Reaver's craze, but instead of playing this game, they just want to deliver packages. Yes, they're kind of cute actually. You're like, must deliver package. Deliver package. Do you like it? Would you like this delivery? Must deliver. Ah! That's pretty much what the meals are like. Okay, can I make it down here or no? I think I can. If I can't, then I'll just place down my another rope. Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Yeah.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Aw, thank you, baby. Alright. First things first. Upgrade this. Here you go. Enjoy your meal, Mr. Boss Box.
Structure upgraded.
Alright, customize structure.
View con.
Yeah, encouraging.
Danger. Caution.
Confirm. And alright. Now I dropped some stuff here. I'm not sure if I want to I might entrust all the cargo to be delivered to Lignot City. Or I go and grab stuff from the mules myself. Just follow the river all the way to the engineer. Straight shot. The more you think about it, the more silly it gets actually. People attacking you and stealing your shit just because they want to deliver it themselves. No, we don't need to cross the river here. We'll stay on this side. A large ceramic crate as well. I'm going to pick that up. That's valuable. Ceramics are used for iron crafting.
Just you, yourself, and me.
Where is it? Oh wow, it's all the way over there. Ah. No, that's too far out of the way. Maybe we'll pick it up later. Right, yeah, it's too far out of the way right now.
There we go. Nice.
Why does it sound like that's an alarm? Easy crossing. Are those porters? Oh hey! Fancy meeting you here. Hello. Freelance stealers steal people cargo, do not pose any threat. Offer friendly greeting should you encounter one.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. Thanks for the help. This one's for you.
Oh, are they giving me stuff? Thank you. I do appreciate good boots. I don't need a blood bag though. So, thank you guys. See you around. We finally see other porters, so I'm not the only one doing this shit. I kinda wish I could see
Scanning bridges ID.
these porters named after people though.
Weapons detected.
Oh.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Good morning, Sam.
Alright, if I requested cargo for you.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, hey. Good to see you. Well, the cargo's in great condition.
Glad to hear. Okay. Alright.
Thanks. Until next time.
Alright. I'm not done yet. Come back here. Have a lost cargo. That cargo is a large, and I don't. You know what? I'm going to. These I'm going to deliver myself. But that one, I'm going to entrust to someone else. It's large and it's heavy. I don't want to carry that with me when I'm going into mule territory. And mules are going to have a lot of ceramics and metals I want to bring out with me. Maybe I'll find the cargo that I put here. Kylon, I dropped down a cargo at the engineer meant for Lakeport City, so maybe you'll find it. I'll see. It's going to the craftsman, Lakeport City, Lake North City. Right. Gonna take the metals because I'm always short on metals. I'll take anything headed for the craftsman. I'm trying to see if you can find the cargo I dropped off here. Maybe we'll get lucky. If you happen to be in the area, of course. If you're not, then don't worry about it. Cycle cargo. Cycle the metal. Nah, I'm gonna keep the boots. Keep the hermetic grenades are about to break down. I'm gonna keep them for now, just in case, because I still don't know what the strength of the bowler gun is going to be, so yeah. A bit further ahead now? No worries. Maybe later if you come back this way, you can check the Junji Ito place for my package. Give me 1 second, I need to set this up. Okay. And I think everything's good. Cargo. All this is going to go to Craftsman. Once I'm done with the Craftsman, I'm going to double back to the mule area and we're going to attack them. Do you have any deliveries for the Craftsman? You do. Alright. High performance underwear. Whatever the fuck that is. I'll take it. What even is that? High performance underwear.
Thank you for your contribution.
Before we head back out, check. Let me go to the washroom real quick. Need to go and take this. I'll be right back, chat. Make sure you guys get up and stretch your legs as well, okay? I will be right back. Mwah. Love you all. Alright, chat, I'm back. I'll get back into my BDSM chess harness. Alright. The only reason why I think that using entrusted cargo might be a good option for finding each other is because you remember the way station outside of Capital? There's so much entrusted cargo there. Like what, 50 or 60 heavy cargo meant for the Capital outside the way station that nobody delivers. I'm wondering if entrusted cargo is a good way to contact each other. If it just so happens that we left somewhere. Oh.
Thanks again for everything.
Alright. Right.
access restrictions lifted.
Someone built a bridge here, and I do appreciate it. So. He's asking for it to be upgraded. I'll contribute some Kairos. I can't contribute metals though, because metals are... metals are honestly the most valuable resource now. YouTube, how it's used in everything. I want to pick up. We'll pick up that package for the Elder. Post box there. I'm going to drop off the other package at the post box, I think. And then we can grab this stuff. And then avoid the mules, go around them. Ready to the destination. Let's go. Oh, fucking. Go. We're fine. We're fine. A large package of ceramics. Oh. Gonna stop by that player post box. Oh, sorry. Always some trash real quick. This post
Thanks
box.
for the help. Today's a good day.
No, stop! Oh, come on! My tired animation interrupted my liking. Fucking, yeah. Entrust cargo for delivery. That. Gonna be interesting, that. There we go. Bullets do not insta-kill, they don't seem to hurt the BTs. I believe they kill them from the trails. Do they still damage, or do they still damage the BTs, or do they just do less damage compared to grenades? It just stops them from moving for 30 seconds, it seems. Technically, the grenades do that as well. It's just that the grenades also do damage to them. No damage. Oh, fuck. That means we need the bolas and grenades. That might be what our final loadout is then. Maybe we'll carry everything. Grenades, bolas, and laser gun. It's gonna be so heavy though. Hi, Makia, 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 I miss you. Mwah, 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 mwah. How you doing? How's the FedExing? It's going pretty well. We're Harpy Deliveries. Customer satisfaction is guaranteed. No matter what. Yeah, things are going quite well. I have a bowler gun and a laser gun. We don't need those. Apparently no damage. That is unfortunate. Yep, it means that we're gonna have to carry more weapons, but we'll see what happens. I saw you got into VR chat the other day, Mark, but I sadly was too tired to hop on and say hi. Hope you're doing okay. I want to see you again. I miss you. We'll take this rope. And head on down. You know what? I think I'm just going to eventually build a bridge over this thing. Not right now, but yeah, eventually I'm gonna build a bridge here. Oh, fucking. Shit, I can't carry that. What are we carrying on me? Ceramics and metal. Yeah, I'm gonna have to leave the ceramics behind. Oh, that's fine. Come on. You saw me briefly too, you're gonna get on the weekend too. Oh, okay. Well, I'll try to get on the weekend so I can see you. Oh, I'm tired. Let's drink some energy drink. Which for me is coffee. Oh my god, that almost drained the entire can.
This one's for you. Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Wait, has the bridge always been there? Did someone just put that down? Question mark? Eh? And you know what? When we come back through this area and attack the mule base, we'll be carrying a lot of metals and we can contribute to this bridge. Let's go! I can't remember if I asked you this already, but how's your Christmas and how's your New Year's? Hope you had a good Christmas and a good New Year. Nice building a bridge, yeah. At least someone else put down the foundation, but I'm planning on how I can contribute to getting that bridge built. So yeah, tentative plan. Is that rain up ahead or... No, that's the highway. Yeah, that's the highway. You know the highway looks terrifying from a distance? That's a good thing, that's a player structure, but... Yeah, it looks fucking terrifying. And we can't even climb up the road and descend, right? It just terminates Empty air. Yeah, how am I supposed to get up this thing? The ladders is floating in the middle of the air. You went to Vegas and California for Christmas? Oh, you went to Vegas? Did you have any, fun in Vegas? Get any special service?
All you gotta do is put your life on the line.
Alright, we're going to build a little... Actually, the road goes over the river, but it goes over the river into mule territory, which I do not want to enter. So, we are going to use one of the ladders we're carrying and build a little makeshift bridge over here. Oops, I can't. Nope. Hang on. God damn it. I have to go here, really? Touch the tool rack, please. Thank you very much. Well, that was when you so no, Sally. Okay, then I guess that's understandable then. You lost $100. Oh no! Fuck yeah, no! You lost $100? Oh. I hope you had fun at least. Bloodroot Elder. All these are going to the Elder. Fuck this shit. I really don't want to carry these, but... oh well. I'll take the one and just drop it off. The crafter. You can get it back from crypto. Are you still making money from crypto, Makia? Because I hear that crypto is crashing a lot right now. I'm a little worried that you might lose money.
There we go.
Oh fuck! Hang on! Yeah! Okay, this should be safe to cross. It's a little bit of... deeper water over there. That's fine. We'll take a bath at the hot springs after we're done with this delivery. Before our boots break completely, we are going to put on the new boots. There we go. There's the volatility that makes money. Crypto's not long-term volatility. Okay, yeah. You're way smarter at that stuff than me. And most people it seems, because we keep... well, I keep hearing at least about people losing everything on crypto. But if you know you're playing the market and moving things around based on where you think you'll make a profit and then getting out before, Things crash then? Alright.
Thank you.
As long as you're safe. Actually, in your case, it's not about being safe, it's about getting in and getting out. All the getting's good, right? Harpy Deliveries! We have some orders for you guys. Right. Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Ah, it's you. How's it going?
Pretty well so far. Feel free to look for the cargo.
Carrying all this couldn't have been easy.
Yes, thank you. And we're Ebola gun level 2. Watch your horizon. Zero Dawn, really? Hologram data? You, horizon. You. No thank you. You. You can see the slightly longer route we took, but it's safer that way. Oh, we avoided going through mule territory. And here's all the miscellaneous lost cargo we got. Ooh. Poison Zero Dawn? Yeah, fuck off! I don't want that. We delivered some lost cargo for Chevalier. Ubo.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you.
Oh?
Maybe you could use it more than me.
Oh?
Go ahead and grab it whenever.
Did you give me the Ebola Mark II? Or... Oh! Oh, these are the improved thermotic grenades. Okay, that's good actually. We'll put these in a private locker for now. We're going to mess with our inventory real quick. Right.
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available.
We have a bunch of stuff we're going to recycle. Let us recycle these ceramics, these metals. These hermetic grenades are about to burst, so get rid of it. These porta boots are about to fall apart, so cycle off those. Thank you. And then we're going to pop off some more chiral crystals. We're also going to dismantle the bowler gun Mark 1. Because we got a Mark 2 bowler gun now. Went to the chiropractor and he snapped me on the neck. I'm always scared about those chiropractor stuff where they, you know, crick your neck, and I'm like, I'm really scared he's going to break something. I used to go to a barber who did that, and I got really scared every time I was gonna do it. He never really hurt me whenever he did that, but yeah, I never really trusted him. I always avoided going
A new
to...
and improved bowler gun. It allows you to charge up shots for increased range and wire spread. Pretty neat, huh?
Yeah, whenever I were to go cut my hair, I would go to any other barber besides him. Bowler gun Mark II. So he gave me custom hematic grenade. I can't craft those yet. I'll craft one of these. And okay. Put on my tool rack. There we go. That I'm going to drop off here. I don't want to carry this into the battle zone with a bunch of enemies around me. I'm gonna drop that off here. Attach to suit. Carry on back. These old books I can carry with me because I'm eventually going back to the port. Gonna deliver that. Yes. Someone else can carry that for me. You had your neck snapped by the doctor. That doctor did, but only allow trained doctors to do it. Yeah, I went to an Indian barber shop and he wasn't exactly trained to do that shit. Which is why I never... My dad took me there when I was a kid. Every now and then. And I would avoid going there as much as possible. Because I was scared I was going to die or some shit. As a trained professional. Yeah, I wouldn't call an Indian barbershop trained. It's a fairly heavy load. Heading towards the Lake Noxuru. The cargo. 2 bags of food samples. Any additional cargo I think is going to... No, this is too much. We have to travel light where we're going. So... yeah. Okay, that's good. We are done. Here.
Thank you for your contribution.
Now we're going into the middle of mule territory. We have to try to find a data server somewhere in here. Let's go.
Keep on keeping
Well, before we go, we're going to take a pit stop at the hot spring.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Always gotta visit the hot spring here. This barbers do slap massages. Well, I mean, he did massage my shoulders a bit. It's just that he will massage my shoulders and then slap.
Hot springs, huh?
That's pretty much what he did. Going to eat more Doritos while I'm here. Oh, baby's sleeping. Baby's doing a little baby paddle. Aww. How do you build bridges in this game?
Soak it in.
You put down a platform that sort of acts as the construction site, and then you deliver the materials it requires. That's technically how you build most structures in this game. The bridges work that way, the road works that way. There are some things that don't need you to deliver resources. Things like a post box. A post box, you don't need to use resources, you just need to bring the constructor. And the constructor is a fairly light piece of equipment.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, Sam.
The heaviest thing you can... Well, the bulk of the weight for building stuff actually comes from the materials that you have to bring to the build site, not the constructor itself. The constructor is very, very, very light and small. The materials you carry too? Yep. If anything requires materials, you need to bring it with you and carry it all the way to the build site.
Soak it in.
Building things out in the middle of nowhere can be fairly hard to get materials out to, but once you have it set up, then a lot of people will appreciate it. I'm only going to eat a bit of Doritos. Now, there's entry. And get ready to go into battle. Let's go. The baby is cute. Yeah, baby is really cute. It's a baby, chat. Alright, let's go. me to, yeah. Leave it to Hideo Kojima to add little animations to something as silly as this. So we have to infiltrate that base up ahead. You see that base up ahead, chat? That is a Neo base. Assholes live there. We need to get in, grab an item, and get out. Now how do I cross this? Right, my ladder's over there. Oops, oops. But I have my place, thank you. Right. Alright. Once we enter the territory, more than likely they're gonna ping us, so we have to pulling it this way, make it harder, yeah. But we're carrying cargo, so they're definitely gonna be able to ping me, which means we have to fight our way in. Okay, but here's the question, where are they coming from? They're coming from the front? Right, see what weapon do I want to use? Expanded target area ammo capacity uses strands to bind, immobilize, or stun humans or BTs. Let's try the bowler gun. Here they come. Oh wow, that's a lot of them. Can I make them fall asleep while they're trying to cross the river? Go to sleep in the river! 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 Oh my god, all of those stuff that I tell you what, it's all blowing away. Fuck! You motherfuckers! You made me waste all that shit! Okay, it seems like some of it is being stuck on the rock, so maybe we can get some of those. Come on! Come on! Come on, don't worry guys, this is definitely non-lethal. Yes! See? I'm just binding them. Don't worry guys. This is totally non-lethal. If you don't kick them, they'll get free, actually. Hey, are you sure? You don't look like you're struggling. I'm sure they're fine. They're just sleeping face down in the water. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it, chat. Look at all those ceramics. But the only one I need is metal. Some of them drop some metals. We'll take the high density stuff. The high density stuff will it's better to carry. PPC, no, don't need that. Give me that high density metal. High density metal. Means they're unconscious then. 2 circles means they're just tied. Yeah. Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry, chat. We don't kill anyone here. They're just sleeping face down in the water. Resin is not necessary. I mean, metals and resin. More high density ceramics. You kill them, they'll explode like nukes. I mean, the river will wash them away, right? It doesn't matter if they explode because there's nothing down river from this, right? It is a huge waterfall there. I'm sure it's fine, chat. Can I drive that truck? Be nice if I could drive that truck. Anyone scan me? Doesn't look like it. Wait. Oh shit. Hang on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, why is there more? Where the hell do you come from? Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! No, 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 no! Where the fuck do you come from? Yeah! Fuck you! Any more? Motherfuckers? Don't worry, but by the way, chat, when I electrocute them, they're not dying. They're just being shocked. Yes. Suit, left shoulder, roller gun, hang on, tool rack. Ooh, high density metals, that's what I need actually. High density ceramics. Yep.
God damn it.
Let's see if I can steal their car. There's a data shard here. There we go. I'm not gonna carry all those big ceramics unless I can commandeer one of your cars. Let's see. Let me try to see if I can commandeer that vehicle. If I can, it'll make traveling back a lot easier.
No?
Can I use you?
I can use you.
We're gonna store.
I'm gonna store shit here.
I don't know how much I can store here, so we're gonna store.
All of the ceramics first. I can store more.
Let's do it.
Store more. Oh! Ah! My car now.
Okay, let's go and pick up
some stuff for delivery.
Safe travels.
I command. I command.
Right. System server, that's the cargo we were sent here to retrieve.
So,
we'll grab that. Bunch of ceramics.
Antique art from the engineer.
The film director. I don't know where that is.
Um.
We'll take this, we'll take that.
We'll
take all of this. Can we load that onto the truck?
We can! Oh god! Oh, this is so nice! Oh!
We're going to load
this onto the truck as well.
And keep my equipment on me. My check now.
Let's go.
Okay, we're going to stop by the engineer. Also, oh no, we're going to stop by
this bridge
because I want to deliver materials to this bridge.
So,
first things first, we'll go by this, stop by this bridge,
and then
we'll go here, and then we'll go to the engineer, and then we'll go
here,
and then we will bum rush
all the way home. Let's go. I'm glad this mission told me to come here.
I have a check now.
Yay!
You know, technically, this game, they say you're not supposed to kill people, but you can run over people with your bikes and your trucks,
and
they don't die, quote unquote.
It's kind of weird.
You can bash people and they go flying and somehow they don't die.
How does that happen? I don't know.
Right, let's deliver some high density metals to this place.
And materials.
100 short, damn. Okay, we'll scan around. If we can find 100 metals more, then we can
complete this.
Is there metal anywhere?
We just need 100 metal.
Is there no metal anywhere? The post box might have something.
This bridge is almost completed.
Do you have anything?
Yeah, metal.
Do not have metal. Damn it.
Okay,
This is what we're gonna do. We're going to visit the engineer, make a delivery, and then come back and build this bridge.
Let's go.
Let's roll.
Oh.
Fucking
Come on.
pick this up
Real quick.
Okay, special delivery for the engineer.
Let's go.
Right, time to move.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Good morning, Sam.
Verifying ID.
Harpy Deliveries.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Deliver lost cargo to the
Engineer. There you go.
these are going to the Lake Knot City. We're not going to entrust. We're going to deliver these ourselves.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How's it going? You've done more for us than we had any right to ask. Don't think we don't know that.
You can thank me by giving me your satisfaction.
Boosted the truck into mules 3 times. Actually kill them, but you have to clean up the bodies after that.
Really? That's good to know. So,
Yeah, if you want to kill someone, run them over a few times.
I'll remember that.
Thanks. Until next time.
Good work. New order available.
We can recycle a whole bunch of ceramics here. But do we recycle here or back?
In the capital.
Yeah, that's actually too much.
Recycle.
We'll drop off some.
Here. That's perfect.
Delivering cargo.
Thank you for your continued support.
So fucking corny.
Every time I fucking see it.
Okay, we need to deliver 100 metals to the bridge. We are going to complete that bridge. Load onto the truck.
There we go. Was the hero Kojima? No, it's
Junji Ito apparently.
you know the horror manga artist. Yeah,
Don't do anything I wouldn't.
It's
Pleasant journey.
the scary guy.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
a really, really
Scary guy.
Oh, now I see the fucking medals. Are you serious? Yeah. Fine, fine, fine. We'll just grab it. Yeah. It would have been useful if I could have spotted it earlier, but no! I only spotted now after I went on my way to grab more metals for the bridge. Fucking everything.
Right on.
The truck is how you haul all your mule stuff to build bridges too.
Yeah, this is building bridges, building roads is gonna be
So much easier with the truck. Harpy Deliveries.
Someone ordered
a bridge to be built here.
complete structure.
Here you go.
You can't repair the truck, really? I can't park it in the garage and it won't get repaired?
Really? Oh, come on! Why can't I keep my new truck?
Can't like truck-coon people? Enjoy a new bridge, whoever you are.
Good morning, Sam.
Oh, well.
Construction complete.
Well,
We'll use the truck as long as we can then, I guess. Even though, by right, we should be able to, you know, repair the truck. We're bringing the truck home with us.
Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. All clear. Welcome.
I'm back to pick up any cargo you have for
the port city. Standard orders.
onto the Elder. Right, 2 cargo meant to be delivered to the port city.
Let's do it. Everything we have is good.
Let's go. Load onto truck, load onto truck.
Right. And now we're heading up.
Order assigned.
Don't worry.
I guarantee to deliver your goods safely.
It might be
Slightly blood splattered, but it's fine. Just a little blood never hurt anyone, right? Alright.
a little bit of blood splatter here and there, didn't hurt anyone.
Alright, check. Alright. Just a slight little detour to
deal with some
vermin.
Don't mind me, Chad.
Don't mind me.
It's a little bit of a detour.
Oh, come on.
You're dodging me.
Stop dodging.
Come here.
Fuck you!
What do you mean materials ruined? Oh shit.
It's because I ran him over. Fuck.
You motherfuckers. How dare you ruin the materials I intend to drag off your dead bodies? Oh shit. No! My car!
Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!
Oh shit, oh shit. Hang on a second. Okay, so that can happen.
Good to know. Fuck you! How do I kick them? Kick! 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 Fuck you! And fuck you too! Kick! And fucking... Any more? Any more? Motherfuckers? No? We're good? We're good? Okay. Assholes. Ruined it. Are there more coming? Yes? No? Don't know why that thing is... Come on, get up, motherfucker! Drink your damn energy drinks. So... running these guys over is a little harder than I thought it'd be. Oh, come on, blow. Yeah, you're fine. There we go. We can grab some more stuff from here as well. Wait, hang on. Fuck you! Kick! Where the hell are you throwing that? You know, fuck you! Bitch. Any more? Motherfuckers? You better run. Mine now. It's stranded auto. Stranded auto? What do you mean? Give me that. Give me that. Release cargo. Hex. Box. We can deliver that. We'll deliver that. Deliver that. Oh, a power skeleton. Wait, whose is that? It's not mine, is it? Oh. Hang on. Too far from the truck. Hang on. It's annoying that the truck needs to be just right to load stuff on. Give me a second. Let me... Excuse me. Okay, now can I load the stuff? Load onto the truck. Okay. Offload any excess.
Oh shit. Fuck. Okay. This. I'll carry these on my back. If I can. Can I carry on my back? Yes, I can. Okay. Do I even want to grab this? Yeah, why not? Oh! Cargo load exceeds their capacity. Cargo. Oh, come on! Game! You're not gonna let me fucking... Really? Really? Oh, come on! Yeah! God damn it! The game knows that I was going to try to cheat it. Fuck! Okay, you know what? Unload most of these ceramics. Now can I get on? No? Oh, fuck you! Okay, let's load the important stuff first. We'll load the machines, we'll load the metal, we'll load the tools. Right. It's done. Now what else do I have on me? Couple of high density ceramics. Load on the truck. Load onto truck. Load onto truck. Metals offload. Can I get on now? Yes, thank you. Okay, now before I proceed, I just wanted. Oh shit! I can't save. Fuck. Hang on. Where was the last save? Give me a second. Where was the last save? Autosave. Fuck. Damn it! I can't test. Damn it! Okay, fine. I won't run you guys over. Fine. Be that way, game. I'm not gonna run these assholes over. Fine. I'll run them over next time. Fine. Get over the fucking rock. We need those metals. But everything's full. Fuck. Oh, that's a lot of metal. You know, hang on. Never mind. It's not mine. I'm not going to take it with me. Instead, I'm going to try to return. We'll store the metal. I don't know who left these 400 metals here, but oh well. Give me that. Oh, come on! Come on, let me carry this. Come on! Come on, game. Come on. Yeah. Really? Really? Uh, fine. Fine, 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 fine. Fuck this, fuck me then, fine, fine. Don't let me bring this metal home, fine. Fine, game, fine. I'm just gonna bring back the rest of this shit. Do I have flies buzzing around me?
Begin the quest turn. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Pull up. Let's get going then.
Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Harpy Deliveries. I got lots of stuff.
Keep on keeping on.
Have a pleasant terminated travels. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Oh, come on. Really? Really? Fuck you, game. Let me keep this truck. I went to all that trouble to get it. Ugh. Yeah, I think I have flies buzzing me. Oh. We'll deliver.
Make the deliveries. Deliver lost cargo.
Hey, how's it going? Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam.
Don't know who you are, but yes, you are. Repair spray.
Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
I'm not done yet.
Get back here.
Good work.
Camera meter data.
Thank you kindly, Sam. I'll treasure it.
Oh, wait.
I just realized what you meant by Stranded Auto.
You mean Grand Theft Auto?
GTA?
Thank you for your contribution.
Yeah, I only just got it, sorry.
I don't know whose power skeleton that is, but we'll recycle it. Oh shit, I have more stuff than I can store. Fuck. What do I do now?
I accidentally forgot to press send on this, so let me do that real quick.
Drop off 1 ceramics and 2 metals. I wonder when I can start crafting these custom hermetic grenades. It's supposed to be more powerful, right?
Beta and TPT effect.
Yeah.
All materials can be stored, yep. Oh, yeah, sorry.
It took me a while to put it
together. I'm sorry.
Alright,
Deliver requested cargo.
System server. Right, so now we'll deliver cargo.
Here you go.
Welcome, welcome. The Arab man said to expect you. Oh, you've got the server.
Yep.
Here, let me have a look at it.
You'll find it's pristine.
Nice. The great deliverer comes through again. The server's in perfect condition. It's a real relief to know all our records are safe. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that was a very weird route I took, but
don't worry about it.
Sam, I've added a reverse track to the list of supplies you can fabricate. Lake Knot said he was kind enough to provide the blueprints as thanks.
Okay.
I'd tell you all about it, but didn't you used to have your own? Same deal. 2 front wheels, 1 rear, battery powered. Fitted with an auto-charging unit that kicks in when not in use. Requires skill to drive over obstacle-strewn terrain. Best suited to long, flat stretches, yada yada yada. We're working on securing you another vehicle, so you can look forward to that too.
Please give me a truck. I need a truck. I much prefer a truck.
I don't.
I don't belong on bikes. Being asked to drive bikes is like, it's a really, really bad idea for me.
Crashed so many times in other games. Although technically a bike would be better for running over people.
In this game, wouldn't it? I'll think about it. I think here. More, I think. Give me that, I think.
What? What was that? 6% damage? What?
You mean 6% damage?
There's no damage.
There's no damage at all. None whatsoever.
It's pristine.
Pristine.
No damage, that's 0.
That should be 0, chat. See, that's not like it's 0.
Reverse track long range.
Oh?
Ooh! That might be worth building actually. We'll see.
Make deliveries versus roadkill? Tough choice. Yeah, I know, right? However, It'll make me happy if I can run over those damn mules.
Thanks, Sam. With that data, we can finally move forward with our plans for the new automated delivery system. I'll tell the boys to start testing the bots right away. Now, you'll need to take it to the distro center south of Lake Knot City.
Oh.
Check the delivery terminal whenever you're up for more work.
The preppers had some things to say about Fragile. We sure we can trust her?
That business with Higgs, thought I told you she hates him with a passion. Enemy of my enemy as far as I'm concerned. Don't take my word for it, though. Just ask her and judge for yourself. I'd like it or not. We need her help.
Oh?
Sam, it's Fragile.
Mm-hmm.
I hear you brought 3 preppers into the network and delivered everything they needed. That's some good work.
As long as we're shooting the shit. You mind telling me what the deal is with you and Higgs?
Been hearing stories, huh? I'll tell you all about it. In person. Meet me at the distro center, south of Lake Knot. You're headed there anyway, right?
Yeah.
Good work. New order available. Please access...
Right, it's been a while. We're going... What? Can I be used? Oh, you gotta be shitting me. Come on! Really? I gotta move that off the elevator? But all my shit is on there! Ugh. Fine, I'm gonna store all this in the fucking private locker for now. Let's do a bit of inventory management before we go down to our room. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. We will recycle that. Custom hematic grenade. Meople is fine for now. Oh, skeleton level 1 is still fine. It's gonna be a while before that thing breaks down, I feel like. Get the fuck out of here, bitches! Have a locker. Oh. Bowler gun. Tool rack. Yeah. Laser gun. Extra suit. There we go.
Thank you for your contribution.
At the very least, you could store my truck in your fucking garage. Motherfucker. Yeah. Fine. I'll back it out of your precious Regis only fucking storage center. Motherfucker.
Have a pleasant journey.
Keep on keeping on.
I'm gonna park it here. And you cannot fucking stop it. I actually want to test something. I want to test if this area can be... I want to see if we can load the truck. It's over there from the terminal down there. Let's check it real quick.
Safe trip, all clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Can I put stuff onto the truck from... No, I can't. I have to bring it down here, huh? That's annoying. Oh. Right. Let's go back to the room. Finally relax. A long day's hard work. We deliver a lot, and I have a feeling there are flies buzzing around me. Guess we did not for that long. Alright, let me go to the washroom real quick. I'll be right back, chat. I need to pee.
Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
Me 3-minute break, alright? Be continuing after I get back and after we take a short breather. Oh. I say breather, but I'm spending some time in the room, reading some mail and stuff like that, so yeah. Harpy, love you guys. Alright, back. You know, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, but it's kind of weird that the game gave me the ability to eat tardigrades here in my room after I unlock hematic grenades. There's almost no reason to use the shit grenades anymore now that we have hematic grenades and the bowler gun. Am I the only one who feels that way? That there's no point in using the normal grenades anymore?
Nice.
EX grenade number 1.
Let's use all of the bathing and toilet stuff.
Nice.
EX grenade number 2.
That fucking AMC advertisement.
EX grenade number 0.
That's some tardigrades, since I'm kind of eating stuff right now. know, I kind of wonder if Sam eats normal food or if tardigrades and energy drinks are the only thing he eats now. Much more Doritos I have left. Enough to fill up my bowl one more time. And that's it. That's all the Doritos I have. Yes, chat, I'm here for today's Doritos. Let's see. We have a lot more stuff. Don't we? Let's see what we have. Ooh. Test order. Lambda? Benjamin told me about you. What do you mean Benjamin told you about me? I've been here the whole time. You've gotten to know me. Told me how much you like Half-Life? I don't like Half-Life. I never finished playing Half-Life. I owned Half-Life 2, but I never finished it. Didn't really enjoy it. Issues of life itself. Get into what you call, you know who Peter Englet is, don't you? Any pizza? My cargo summoning is shelter. This thing cube shape. Oh. Oh, another companion cube? Okay, I'll get it. Heroes or villains? Smells like bowler gun, blah 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 blah. Fabricate stuff pretty much anywhere. Throw down, remember the mules used to be just like you. Teleporters when the woman to hell. When they hail the heroes if they didn't go batshit. Yeah, I wonder why they go batshit. Maybe they started out smugglers. That's why they can navigate all kinds of hard country. Interesting. I told her a few of those hermetic grenades you brought to me. Along with some blood bears, if there was ever enough people might just be able to stand up to BTs if necessary. Could be a new beginning. Oh, so I can start finding porters in the world with hermetic grenades. That's nice. Peter Englet. Oh god. It's an honor to make your acquaintance. Peter Englet. This urge to initiate a correspondence. My request is of such great import that I dare entrust it only to the man who delivers. My sister, bless her heart, has been feeling under the weather, and I fear there is only one thing that might restore color to her cheeks. Pizza. I wonder if you might be so kind as to collect some from Lake North City and deliver it to our humble abode. I am more than aware of the gravity of the urgency of your westward journey, but if you could find it in your heart to squeeze us in, I would ever be so grateful. Oh, and my dear sister is something of a ham lover. Please bear that in mind if you decide to oblige me. Really? I'm going to be a pizza delivery guy? Oh well. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah, anything? Components and supplies? Having to... When do you say so what? Incentives that you do, so... Yeah, this is just a meal. Junji says, latest progress result, blah 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 blah. Pictures. It's a picture about a fragment, two-dimensional snapshot of space and time. Not to mention the thoughts and feelings of those who took it. Blah blah blah, maybe that's part of it. Blah 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 blah. Okay, Porter's getting it done. Kyrillium in exchange for joining up with psychological privacy. Yeah. Anything worthwhile here? You see, I'm gonna just start producing hermetic grenades in bulk. Okay. Wipe out the common crop of BTs. Right. Okay. Business-like. Looks like you understand. As for your service, maybe the miscellaneous grade is the most important part. Yeah. Slightly different cargo. Blah 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 blah. Oh my god. Complete order. Take a closer look at your results. See if there isn't a symbol next to your light indicates got them for performing tasks related to miscellaneous grade. Yeah. I'm Domino's now? Apparently. Oh well. I wonder where that guy is. The Peter England. I don't think I met him. Or maybe I have and I just forgot. X Monaghan? Help them. Former leader of a private career on his organization. Interesting. Any measure of influence over their operations. Bring violence by the demons? Shocked to learn that he himself was their head. Why on earth would a man who once commanded a group devoted to American Reconstructionism suddenly pledge himself to the cause of American destruction? His name only compounds the insult. Have you heard of the Higgs particle, also known as the God particle? There's no with the Higgs field, which gives all the particles their mass. Without it, atoms will fly apart. Matter will not exist with night. In other words, the very essence presence prevents mindless destruction. King Midas and the Chiral Crystal. A man who calls himself King Midas. He claims to wield the power to create chiral crystals at will. Experiments involving organisms? Do something similar with Kyrillium. Akin to cryptobiotes. I was about to guess whether or not they were cryptobiotes. Corridor is found in the scene. It exists outside of time. Said they have paid a heavy price for his power. His body turned into a mass of particles. Only evidence of his existence are 2 golden handprints he left behind. No microbes capable of the previously described ability have been detected. Likely an urban legend. Not long after he heard talk of the King Midas, started hear concerning rumors of a wearing golden death mask Might the two appear related, who knows? I mean, that's Higgs, isn't it? Hmm. I encountered Higgs. He was wearing a golden death mask. And the creature he summoned had a golden mask also. So, you see King Midas? Did he disperse into Kyrielium as a result of his experiments? I mean, that seems to be what the game is hinting. Fragile and the Fragile Express. Fragile Express before I was born. US was Swiss cheese back then. That was an old one. Old Nation was online 24/7, cameras and microphones everywhere. Watching, listening and recording. Well, a lot talking about life before the Stranding. Waiting for the rest of us caught on. He'd be working for a private logistics company. That makes sense. Someone who's involved in logistics would know about how to set up a courier company. Trying to reclaim it. Really believed that they could get it all back bit by bit, make us America. Anymore there were people. Connections between broke apart so easily. Oh wow. It's a lot more stuff to read. Actually, check. Let me go and get water. I ran out of water to drink. And I wonder if I should go and make some tea. Been going for 8 hours now. Did I make tea? If I make tea, we're going to go for the full 12-hour stream. I do feel like I want to keep going. Yeah, you know what? I'll keep going. I'll keep going. Oh, chat. Let me take another break. I will make tea and I will be right back, okay? I'll put us on tea break. Making tea. There we go. Alright, I'll be right back, Chan. I might also make some cup noodles. Thinking about it, but I think maybe nah. Or should I? Chat. Wait, hang on. Should I make some of the mac and cheese? Nah, you know what? Nah. I already had Doritos, so that's enough junk food. I'll just make tea and I'll come back with water. Yeah, back, Chan.
I'm back, Chad. I'm back. I got my tea. I got my water. Gonna put my BDSM chest harness back on. Alright, so our tentative plan for the rest of the night is, at the very least, our first thing that we're gonna do, heading out again, is we are going to build some roads. We have a lot of extra material that we brought home with us, thanks to that truck that the mule so graciously lent to us. So yeah, we're going Harpy Deliveries is going to become Harpy Construction for a little bit. Well, I'm gonna build some stuff before we continue on. So, yeesh. Alright. Before we go further though, there's still more interviews. Hi Panzer, welcome. Good morning. Did you just wake up? Hope you slept well. Whether it was a full sleep or not. At it again, you heard, right? About how they be sneaking in our cities disguised as Fragile Express couriers? Blah 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 blah. They're transporting weapons now. Spinning shit around the kills in a whirlwind. They did ticking BT bombs? Sure, terrorists are a threat. And mules are a real pain in the ass, but what genius figured escalation was the way to go, and we all know where it leads. We need weapons, no tools that can take down the bad guys without killing them. We need a hardware in circulation gone yesterday. We can't keep folks from dying in accidents or getting sick. Yeah, we're supposed to avoid letting people die, even though I want so badly to run over those motherfucking mules. New personal best back when I was starting off warned me of the life. I think it was dangerous. Those the kids without parents need to eat, and it's not like I had any skills. 2 arms, 2 legs, a whole lot of grit. That's what I had to offer. Worked out okay so far. And people what I need, and in return they do right by me. Yes, give me your satisfaction. Give me a delicious satisfaction. You don't fuck up too badly. Also, I got 6 cents of BTs too. Pretty rare there. Only one of the reasons why I get so much work. Another pepper kicked the bucket. And to lose medicine as usual. Wait, I'm like, but guy wasn't just dead. On the verge of going necro. You dump him in BT territory better than leaving to pop. I'll look for number 1. When I dumped him though, as well I thought, it was like I could feel the BTs reacting to the corpse. So at the beach too. Strangest thing. But I felt it before. When I first disposed of someone. The sensation was stronger this time though. No doubt about it. Don't know if it means I got dooms, but I think there's something special about me. Yeah, about to get yourself food? Oh, okay. Enjoy your food. Let us know what you got. Today's food for me was Doritos. Just Doritos. I think West heard of my BT sensibilities. Interested in bringing me on board. Seems like they operate outside bridges. Leverage my experience. Could be interesting. I'm an altruist now. Live to help people. Blah blah blah. What would my daddy say if he could see me now, hmm? Tommy man's his own keeper, but here I am, part of the community. Working with other people, bringing the world together. Daddy always told me that the wide world was dangerous. I had to stay in a shelter, spend a whole life there, die there. Well, fuck that. Community's what it's all about. Buddy of mine died today. Blah blah blah. He called me, asked if our line went dead. Sort of right over me. Nearly blinded me. Guess he wanted to BT territory. There's not many of us porters left these days. Not many of you could to get a job done anyway. Folks quitting or dying, going meal, blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Anything else? Oh, nothing else. Let's see, what else did I order? Oh, unlock. Kagetora frame arms. After for more war, enhanced version of the Byako model was just one such war machine. A robot with a cannon? Oh wait, no, technically it's a shoulder cannon, so that has a gun, an additional shoulder on it. You? Christine. Oh god. John Carpenter's Christine, really? You put this in here? About this. Stephen King, Christine, author widely considered to be a master of modern horror. I never actually saw this, but I've seen other memes about it. Eggshell carving? How funny, will break in an instant. Delicately? Eggshell carvings are delicately made etchings on the brittle surface of their eggs. Originated from ancient China. Interesting. Glasscraft. Glass is a famously fragile brittle substance that can break at even slightest impact. But there are those who say that it is in fact a liquid. Observe a piece of Asian glass. See, it has flowed downward, just as if it had melted. In other words, it is a mysterious material that behaves like a liquid, but also can be shattered in an instant. Wait, what? A Honda? Really? That's what these things are? Honda NSR 250 racing bike? All motors are electrical. So all these are actual vehicles? Really? Unknown Man's Journal Part 1. Secret Confession of Certain Someone. Access the interviews menu to learn more. Would it be this thing? Journal? Yeah, it's this guy. Wonder who it is. Oh. Right. Let's give it a head back, I'll check. We're going to build some roads. Are you saying no? Are you saying yes or no? Because I want to go back out there. Wanna go back out there? Sam? Okay, yeah. I'll take that as a yes. Maybe.
You okay?
Nothing new.
Why BB strengthened? Oh wow! So playing a BB here strengthens our bond?
Interesting. Anything new here? No. New here? No. A bowler gun Mark II. Something interesting. Injury. Also effective against BTs. Kyla was saying that that's probably only stunning the BTs. So we need to customize version of the hematic grenade. Can't be recreated using a chiral printer. What? If it can't be recreated using a chiral printer, does that mean I have to find it out in the wild? That's annoying. Minced fatty pork wrapped in sticky rice. Lomakai? Is that lomakai? Pork in glutinous rice? Wrapped in banana leaf. Oh, one of those things. I know what you're talking about. Some kind of glutinous rice, isn't it? Yeah, we have those around here. Not really my thing. Right, baby. Let's go.
That's it, Lisa. Don't be shy. Just like we used to.
Yeah, they're repeating the visions now.
Sorry. Did I wake you up? Today's Mommy's birthday.
Yeah, great. I don't really like them, unfortunately. Not my style of food.
It's also the anniversary of when we first met.
You like that? Okay. Next time if you ever have them, you can eat my share. How's that sound? You're really 90? Okay, let's see. How much does it take to make a roll? It needs 800 metals. And 600 ceramics. And 150 chiral crystals. There's someone I'm looking for. Peter Anglet. Where the hell is this? I don't know where he is. Deliver to a humble Paul. Yeah, I would deliver it to your house if I knew where the hell you were. Where the hell is he? It's not the Elder. He's not. The Craftsman. That's the ruined shelter with a bunch of stuff in it. Kylon, are you still there? If you're not there, then that's alright. I'll look up where to find that Peter Anglet guy. Where is Peter Anglet? There's Stranding, Peter Anglet. Where is his house? I just need to know where it is. I don't need to know. Oh
overslept. Interesting. Will they tell me where to go? Excuse me. Sorry. Orders for Sam? Oh?
Sam, a lot of clients are requesting you by name. Now, while there are orders we need you to accept, which are critical to the expansion of the chiral network, there are others that you can take or leave at your discretion. It goes without saying, though, that it's in everyone's best interest for you to do as much as you can. And more work means more rewards.
Completing our progress. Other orders for Sam do not have to be completed. Collecting them. Orders marked with not designated can be taken at your discretion. Okay. Road reconstruction. I do want to do this, and I do want to build a road leading out the other way. And pizza. Oh, it's over there, huh? Yeah, I am interested in building a road leading out that way, so... Reconstruct a road in a designated area. We'll do this first. We're not going to build a trike. Instead, we're just going to make use of the truck that we have. Carry on back, carry on back, carry on back. Oh, god damn it, really? Okay, give me a second. I just need to...
Sam,
Yeah.
if you're gonna build this road, you need to get to the paver first.
Yeah. We have a truck parked outside, so I'm going to grab the truck and go.
Have a pleasant journey.
That's our truck. And did you hear I had Doritos for food? Yes, I did. But don't worry, I'll have dinner later. It's just that I didn't feel like... I was thinking of, you know, possibly eating, some of the craft dinners that I bought, but then I was like, nah, I already had some Doritos. It's better if I, save up on my hunger and eat later. So I ate Doritos as a snack as part of our a little lunch break for our stream, and I'll eat dinner after I'm done with the stream, so don't worry. Don't worry. It's done, boy. Don't worry, I'll eat proper food later. Don't worry. I'll be fine.
Time to move.
I would park this truck inside, but the game doesn't let me, so...
Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
I'm going to just fucking...
Someone's happy.
drive my truck in. Right. Now I need more stuff. I have a locker. I'm gonna be carrying an additional PC
Hmm. Polar gun's fine, Mesa gun's fine. Custom hematite grenades are fine. Um. Hmm. Going to carry a bunch of metals on me. Okay, load all of these into the truck if you can. Can I? Yes, I can. Good. Now, let us. I'm going to recycle one of the blood bags. The blood bag is being recycled. Thank you. Confirm. Can craft dinner and Doritos is snack. Well. The craft dinner, if I were to make it, I would add my own cheese and stuff. So yeah, it's a light dinner. Yeah, it's a light dinner. But don't worry, yes, like I said, I'll eat a proper dinner later after stream. I've got locker, bring one of my new blood bags out, that's fine, and fabricate equipment. We're going to fabricate another PPC and carry it with us. There you go. Alright. Mash and steak equals snack. What? Wait, what? Mash and steak is snack? Really? That's the first time I've heard of it.
Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey.
I don't think mash and snake is... Oh, mash and steak is snack. Is it? Where do we want to... Where does he want me to build? That... Oh, construction over there, huh? Hi, yeah. So he wants me to interact with this thing. Alright, I'll head out there, and then once we complete that, we're gonna go and build some roads, and then we'll go back and we'll get pizza for our delivery mission.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Sam, looks like you're coming up on that auto paver. Get it going and you'll have yourself a road in no time flat.
Okay, park. Did that before actually worked on play football. 300-gram steak with mash for a snack before dinner. Oh god, that's so much food. That'd be a normal meal for me. At the very least, if I were to eat that much, I would just be like, I'm just gonna turn it into a normal meal. You know? Let's see, add that. And oh, okay. Okay, yeah, do metals. How much ceramics are needed? And one of our high density ceramics. There we go. And paste some coral crystals. There we go. Perfect. Confirm. I contributed more materials, I know, but I can't do anything about it, so too bad. Oh, interesting. So it connects directly here. Huh. Very interesting.
Great job, Sam. That road is us.
That's fully upgraded. That's fully upgraded. That's fully upgraded. So this is the road, huh? Interesting. I guess it does take me somewhat near all those areas, but I still want to have a road that cuts across here. Because...
Sight to behold. This is only the beginning. Creating a transport network that spans the continent is key to our future. That's why it's important that you utilize any and every paper you come across to rebuild our highways and byways. Imagine how much easier your work would be if you could drive from coast to coast.
Road completion progress material enabling everyone to work together to rebuild highways and byways across the land, huh? I wonder if I can set up my own road. Can I or can I not? Let's see. Can I not set my own roads up yet? Tower generator postbox. No, I can't set up my own roads here. So even though I want to set up a road going this way, I can't. That is unfortunate. Okay, you know what? This is what we're gonna do. We're going to try to deliver our pizzas. Right now. We'll do it right now, and we'll build the bridges along the way. It might take a bit longer by building our bridges, you know, as we go, but I need to see where I'm going.
Beginning plan journey. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Gonna stop here for a recharge. Thank you. Now we head down to the distribution center.
Keep on keeping on.
Safe travels. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Yeah, if I were to have steak and mash, that'll be like my dinner. I'll just have a full dinner. Right. Standard orders. Material collection and delivery. Now we're not going to do that right now. I want to do this. Time resistant, but we're going to go in that direction anyway, so we might as well pick that up. Yeah. Select. Accept order. That's all fine. On the truck. Oh, truck bed is full. Damn. Damn. Guess I gotta carry on my back, huh? Oh god. Oh god. How much junk do you guys want me to carry over there? Jesus. Okay, hang on. Because we're not doing roads anymore, I don't need to carry the ceramics. So the ceramics I'm gonna put back. These. Put it in the truck. There we go. Much better. Why do I have that still? Really? Alright, confirmed.
Order assigned.
Level lost cargo. Oh, did I always have? Oh no, wait, I just got that. Yeah. Simple one cargo delivery.
Guys,
There you go.
thank
Blah 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 blah. Just give me my fucking likes.
Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
Mm-hmm.
Good work. New order available.
Alright, take on orders. Fresh pizza. We need to deliver pizza. Fragile cargo, keep flat. Deliver pizza before it gets cold. Okay. Accept.
Make sure you carry pizzas properly at all times. If you do something stupid, like turn it on its side, you'll ruin it.
Oh god. Can I load it onto the truck? I hope I can. Okay, the pizza will be safe in the truck. Automatic grenade, bowler gun. Alright, confirmed. Head up. Okay. Time to deliver pizza. While building a bridge along the way.
Time limit set. Beginning scan.
Why they just turned into a cow zone? Yeah, I know, right?
Have a pleasant journey.
Cow zones are nice. These people don't know what they're missing. Oops. Hi. Car is full. Let's get. Oh god damn it! Really? I had to go through the fucking. Yeah. Motherfucker. So do I.
Have a pleasant journey. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions lifted.
Alright, my one sign is still over there. Somewhere. You'll see it eventually. Or maybe it disappeared. I don't know. What's the matter? Okay, we're going to visit that guy. Nope, it's still there. Yeah, you need to be close to it and then it'll load in. Alright. Someone built a bridge over there. Could you use it?
Okay.
Give me that. Load that into... No, I said load that into the fucking truck, please. Thank you. I do like some calzones. I don't know why people don't like calzones. Calzones are nice. Resins? We don't need that. Okay, someone build a bridge here. This only crosses the river once. So, let me build my own bridge up ahead. It's fine, I can do that. Thank you for the bridge. I appreciate it. Alright. stop here. EPC? Bridge. No chiral network coverage. Oh fuck, really? Is this outside the chiral network? Can't be! There's a fucking... Yeah, I can build this. I mean no chiral network coverage, what the fuck? Oh, the chiral network stops right over there. Fuck! Ah, god damn it. Really? I can't build a bridge over to the other side just because there's no chiral network coverage on across the river. Ah, fucking hell. Okay, fine. Well, we'll establish connection first, and then we'll worry about building up a chiral network later. Hopefully this will immediately establish a chiral connection. Harpy Deliveries! Someone order a pizza? Make delivery. There you go. One get well pizza.
Delivering cargo. Delivery complete. Displaying performance evaluation.
What? This guy doesn't even have a face, really?
Thank you for your continued support.
What? Are you serious? Let's see what it is. We still need to deliver the time-resistant wood, but we also have the companion cube over here. Oh. Let's pick up the companion cube and then we'll take this back on our way back towards the city. Store in the back. Let's see. There we go. Right. Now we'll just drive along the coast until we get to here. Let's go.
Weapons restriction.
Oh, when I say coast, I mean the river. You know, it's been a while since I had Carl Zone. But Carl Zones are so unhealthy. Seriously, Carl Zones are really, really unhealthy. They taste so good, but yeah, they're not good for me. You know. Much as I would like to have them. rain.
That might be a problem.
Yeah, since we can ignore that for now.
Any rainfall? No.
What am I seeing?
Oh, someone pissed there.
Truck's battery is running out. There should be a charger up ahead.
So we should be okay.
Someone ditched a ladder here.
Oh.
What can't you do?
Strange. I'll take it.
Right on.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Oh, god damn it, really?
That's the Horizon crossover.
Fuck off, Horizon. I don't like that fatso. Make delivery.
Deliver. Requested cargo. Here you go.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How are things?
Okay.
Wow. Carrying all this couldn't have been easy.
That's fine. I borrowed a truck. I'm a good friends to mules.
You're sleeping at the bottom of the river.
We'll make a couple more delivery runs.
Let's see if we can increase our rep with these guys.
Get some rewards with them.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me.
Oh?
Go ahead and grab it whenever.
And
What's this? He's giving you some custom hermetic grenades.
Oh, more?
What, just the one?
Really?
So anytime I want to get custom hermetic grenades, I have to deliver stuff to him. Interesting. Load it onto the truck.
I'll take it home with us.
Seeing you in action gives me hope. Keep it up, Sam.
Good work. New order available. Please have.
There's some lost cargo for you. This is going back to Lake Knot City. We can deal with that ourselves.
Start this ladder.
Delivering cargo.
Right. What do you have for me?
Any cargo you want me to deliver? Going to the engineer, engineer, engineer. All of these are going to the engineer, huh? We can go to the engineer. That requires going out of our way to grab the fountain pens. I don't think I want to go all the way out there yet. So we'll make a couple of deliveries to the engineer and then head back to the main city. That's what we're gonna do. Accept order. We'll come back here and make deliveries to the Elder next time. Alright. Load onto truck.
Order assigned.
Alright, let us grab cargo meant for the engineer as well. I'll load all of these onto the truck. These are going to the Elder. We'll only be doing the Elder later. The one cargo to the Lake Knot City we can also take. Do this one by one then. Put the stuff meant for Lake Knot City in the truck. All these I'll carry on my back. There we go. Alright, let's head out. I wonder if we can get onto the road here. We'll have to see. Oh god fucking damn it! I can store metals here. I really don't want to. Hey, hang on a second, how much stuff do you have? I could top up some of your shit. Oh, you do have space. Okay, let me top up some of your shit. There you go. When are they going to change the picture away to the real president? Actually, wait, I can donate one more. Might as well. Yeah. Fuck off, bitch. And now all of these. Wait, no. These are already on the truck. These. Can I load these onto the truck? I can. Just nice. Perfect. Let's get off here.
Thank you for your contribution. Keep on keeping on.
I'll take this charger. Thank you. Now let's see. I hope I can get onto this road here.
Is there an on-ramp? Please tell me there's an on-ramp. Oh wow, there's a house access terminal over there. I didn't know that. Oh. It's good to know actually. Oh, there is an on-ramp. Alright. Alright, let's see. We're gonna take this road. And it goes by the engineer. So, yep, just follow the road. Oh, this is so handy. Oh my god. Being able to drive all this way. Even access ramps. Wow. Thank you everyone for helping. Ooh. Porter down there. Blood bag. And hang on, let me say hi to them. Hey!
Yo!
Hi!
Hey ya!
Emetic grenade level 1 and blood bag. Yeah, I really wish those pointers would be named after real people you could possibly meet. Oh.
Come on, let's roll.
Is that another house access? Oh my god, we have fast travel systems? That's actually online safe house. What? Wait, what the fuck? Wait, did people build this? Wait, did people build these safe houses? Are these? Wait. Are these safe houses people built? Oh wow, that's so nice. Oh. Huh. I have no idea how I'm gonna find anything you put down. In this maze of stuff. Kylon. So much shit here. See, clear everything. Helps our destination. Alright, let's see. Is there a access ramp over here? There is. Oh, this is so handy.
Safe travels.
Harpy Deliveries.
Scanning bridges on a pleasant journey. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hey, support skeleton. Really? Deliver requested cargo. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
Oh, hey. Good to see you. Well, the cargo's in great condition.
Of course. Power skeleton level 3. Oh, it's a good idea that I didn't create a different power skeleton. Can straight up go to level 3 now. More stuff, thank you. Yeah, S-Rank. More S-Rank. Give me all your satisfaction. Yes. Yes. Give me. Give me. I need it. Give me. CM Utah. Not the rich. No idea who that is. Come here. Give me your jizz. Come here.
Well, be safe out there.
Good work. New order available. Please access delivery terminal for further information.
All those other cargoes going to a lake, right? So, yeah, we will just take that home to Lake City. You have any orders heading to Lake City? No, those are all going back out to the craftsman. We will do that. We'll first go back to Lake City, drop them off, and then go here, and then go to the Elder. The Elder is due for some deliveries as well. So, let's see, any cargo we can take heading towards the lake, not city? Yes. Bunch of cargo. A 1000 metal drum? Really? Strike mules and others when destroying. Vogue emitting. Knocking down. Oh! So there's an upgrade to the trap we can set. Interesting. Right. Anything going to the Port City? We'll take. Confirmed. Recycle. Recycle those metals, yes. This place needs more metals. Do I give him more chirals? Yeah, why not? Here you go. Enjoy.
Delivering cargo.
Fuck off! I don't care about you. Fuck off!
Thank you for your contribution.
Right. I think we have everything, right? Yep, we have everything. Right. Time to head back to the Lake City.
Thanks again. Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restricted.
Safe travels.
Top up. Thank you. And off we go. Come on. Come on. There you go. Oh, this is so handy.
almost makes crossing this whole region trivial. Oh well, I ain't gonna complain.
Safe travels. Begin with pleasant journeys. Stranding bridges ID. Welcome to Lake Knot City. Proceed to distribution center.
Oh god damn it! Fucking! I hate that fucking wall! Move that fucking wall, jeez!
Keep on keeping on. Happy Lieutenant. Safe travels. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Park and deliver all goods. Alright. Return all the lost cargo. Here you go. Bye, companion cube. Bye-bye. Have fun.
Hey man, how's it going? Guys like you make me proud to be part of Bridges. Thank you, Sam.
Death Truck Simulator? No, there's not much death trucking though, because I don't kill anyone by staying on the highway. Wish I could, but so far, no killing. Sad. Makes me sad. Oh well. Technically, the only reason I need to kill Mills is to grab all of the. Yeah, I'm going to auto skip this because these are all just different people's trash. Yeah, the only reason why I need to kill Mills is to grab all of their loot.
Oh, by the way, I prepped a little something for you. Feel free to grab it whenever.
Aww. Wait, what the fuck? What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Just giving you a vow. Uh-huh. Oh, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that?
Until the next delivery then. Stay safe.
You haven't killed anyone yet.
Good work. New
I
order
know.
available.
I will kill
Please access
someone
delivery terminal
eventually.
for further information.
Eventually. Just not right now. Orders for Sam. We're not doing those yet. There's the engineer. Material collection. Oh. I wonder what this is. We'll do this first since we're here. And collect, retrieve ceramics 300. Interesting. Okay, we'll do it. We'll do that. Just go out, collect some ceramics, and then come back. That's easy enough. Place inside a locker. We don't need that extra PPC anymore, so let's put this away. In a private locker. And go. Should we?
Order assigned. Beginning scan.
So what is that thing?
Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
Where do you want me to go? Oh wait, do you want me to go down in there? Can I drive a truck there? Please? Oh, I'm driving it anyway. Oh god.
It's a little tight down here. Okay, I'm sure it's fine. I'm sure it's like, see, there are trucks down here, so of course I can drive down here, right? Oh wow. Why people? Get close enough to... Nope. Alright, I'll load these by hand. Fine. Yeah. Oh, this is gonna be so fucking annoying without a truck. Ah, you're fine. I'm just going to pick up more stuff. Relax. Put this on the truck. Grab this. Right. Is that all that we need? 9, so yeah, that's all that we need. Excess cargo will be offloaded. Really? Oh. Not the truck. Really? Ah. Can I? Can I? Really? Really? Oh my fucking god! Really? Ugh. Yeah, I know, I'll be back for you. Shut the fuck up. At least I can sprint through this. Come on. Like ass. Thank you very much. Yeah. Come on.
Contaminating suit. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Okay. Now we offload these here. Okay. Stay right there, I'll be right back.
Have a pleasant journey.
Yes, I know you're there. You don't need to keep screaming for me. I wonder why people are dumping a lot of
use thematic grenades here. I'm going to assume it's because they just finished the boss fight. Hey, look at all this. Use repair spray, use junk. Why is that all dumped over there? This road was meant for trucks, right? I'm gonna say yes.
Keep on keeping on. You must terminate travel. All clear. Welcome, Sam Porter Bridges.
Alright. Here we are. Harpy Deliveries. Here's your fucking cargo of ceramics that you were too goddamn lazy to get yourself. Motherfuckers.
Hey, Sam. Good to see you. Wow, this is way more than we expected. Thank you, Sam.
You lazy assholes. It was right outside. You could have just walked down there and picked this up yourself. Jeez. Lazy motherfuckers. Yay, give me one. Thank you. Ooh, skill transporter. Nice. Thank you.
Until the next delivery, then. Stay safe.
Right, now we make the deliveries out to the engineer and to the craftsman once more, and then we'll head to the elder. Awful sleeping tablets for the elder. Of course, why am I not surprised the elder needs that kind of stuff? Except... confirmed. Load it all onto the truck. That's a lot of... Oh my god! What? 20 crates of sleeping tablets? Okay, surprising. Okay.
Order assigned.
These are going out to the engineer. These are going to the elder. Those are the craftsmen. How the hell am I going to get 20 crates of sleeping tablets up the damn hill? Is there a road that goes up there? Well, I need to increase rapid elder anyway, so we'll take elder stuff, I guess. And my truck is completely full. Is that actually actually a way for me to drive up to the Elder because see people using doesn't look like there's a way to drive up there. Maybe here? Perhaps? It's through fucking... How the hell am I supposed to get up there? With 20 crates of sleeping tablets. We'll see what we can do. I might have to make multiple chips.
Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels. Have a pleasant journey. Keep on keeping on.
Okay, let's go. First things first. Stop by the engineer.
Have a pleasant journey. Safe travels.
On the road again. Making way to get on the road again. I don't know the rest of the lyrics. I can't wait to get on the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. I can't wait to get on the road again. Blah 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 blah. Blah 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 blah. Yeah. Oh.
Safe travels.
Yeah, yeah.
Scan.
Harpy Deliveries.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Make a delivery. Request a cargo. There you go.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How's it going? Well, the cargo's in great condition.
Hi, thank you. I think heck yeah. I'm almost maxed him out already. It's really good.
Well, be safe out there.
Right. Thank you.
Good work. New order of it.
What do you have for the craftsman? You have a couple. And performance underwear again. Scrap metal component for vehicles. I've already done that. Oh. Just one delivery of energy boosting drinks. Okay, you know what? Because of how much shit is going to the Elder, we're going to go to the Elder first. Make a delivery to the Elder. Accept order. Confirmed. Load it onto the truck. Confirmed. Alright. Polar gun. Correct, there you go. Support skeleton is still there. Get out. Okay, how the hell am I going to get 20 crates of fucking sleeping pills up to that motherfucker over there? Maybe I can drive up here? That looks... No, I don't think I can drive up there. Fuck! Yeah, I'm fairly certain I can't drive up there. Why the hell do you order so many damn fucking sleeping pills at once and then go and live all the way up there, you motherfucker? Oh god.
Thanks again for everything. Have a pleasant journey. Good morning, Sam. Weapons restrictions lifted.
That's what we're gonna do. We're going to go to our post box here. And once we get to our post box, we will... Hang on. Oops. We will manage our fucking inventory. Boxes over there. Oh, god damn it! Fucking Chuck, get over the fucking water. Thank you. Well, there's a generator there, which is good. Oh god. Ugh. What's this? That pinging must mean something, I don't know what. I don't know what it means, but I will. Okay, we're gonna have to make several round trips. Oh god damn it. I've set up a post box here. I'm gonna use this post box as a staging area. Structure terminal. Private lockers. Put everything inside the private locker. All of this is going to the altar. Right, so time to start carrying shit. Okay, I barely enough space to carry it all. God. Ugh. Okay, we'll deliver the sleeping pills first, and then we will grab the other stuff later. Let's go.
Here we are. Ah, thank you so much for this.
Today's a good day. This one's for you. Thanks for the help. Today's a good day.
Well, since I collected any of these, so I'll grab these. Give me this as well. Thank you. Carry this metal by hand. Oh, recycle it.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Harpy Deliveries. Okay, you're gonna have to. Oops. Don't worry about it. I'm sure it's fine. Deliver. Requested cargo. Confirm. Here's your fucking sleeping pills and energy drinks.
Delivering cargo.
Thanks for dropping by again. It's always good to see you. Let's see how's the package. Wow, this is great. Excellent job, thank you.
Better be fucking careful, bitch. Look at all this. Look at all that shit I had to haul up the fucking mountain. God fucking. Thank you for the S-rank you're gonna be giving me, right? Right? Where's my S-rank? Come on, come on, come on. Give me that damn S-rank. Come on. Thank you.
Until next time.
Okay, I'm not done yet. I have to.
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
I have to recycle that metal. Here you go. Please recycle this for me. Thank you. Yeah. I don't need to see your fucking face again. Bitches, get the fuck out of here. Thank you.
Thank you for your contribution.
Now I have to go back down to my post box and bring shit back up. Well. Hang on a second. Is there anything I should bring down from me? Hey, hang on. I haven't been getting some mail. Anything good? Use any of the grenades I gave you? Been looking to mass producing them actually. Blah 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 blah. Took liberty to make some new modifications. Use a lot more blood, which will increase the risk of anemia. So you can't print yourself replacements here. Okay, yes, right. Yeah, amazing. Give you a way of thanks. Happened years and years ago. The lake that formed by Ground Zero has another kind of valve at the bottom of it. I heard that the monster called BTs are aliens that hail from another world. Keep that valve close tight, Sam. The aliens will come and get you. You just give me a cursed item. You gave me a cursed item. Didn't you? Alright, let me see how many of these I can carry. We'll focus on doing the stuff that we haven't done before. Bonsai planting kits. Encyclopedias. And handmade pickles. Except water. I load them all. I can load them all except one. They put the PPCs in the private locker for now. Now these old books, carry on back. Confirmed. You know, peace. We'll be coming back up here to deliver more goods. Yeah.
Order assigned.
Let's go. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
And learn from Fragile Express. What? What's that to learn from her? She has magic shit that allows her to teleport everywhere. I don't need that. Okay, no, to be fair, I could use that, but I doubt I can learn how to teleport like she can. Okay, let's get down. Safe. Let's get down to the post box. Going again for the time. Whoa. Okay. Well, okay. Phew. Yeah. Right here. This post box is gonna be hammered by a lot of rain. Need to be careful of that. Leave that in private storage. Lost cargo. He's lost cargo. Carry on back. Right. These are all going to the elders, so let's head up. Wait, has anyone used my post box? Yeah. Oh, people have used my post box. Oh, that's cool. Enjoy my post box. up we go. Come on. Come on. A little further. There we go. All the medical supplies that I saw were actually from some porters hidden here. Oh.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until the cargo verified. Thank you.
This one's for you. Thanks for the help. This one's for you. Thanks for the help.
Good luck on your travels. Although you're technically heading towards mule territory, I hope you guys know what you're doing. Oh. Down to Harpy Deliveries. Got some lost cargo for you here.
Delivering cargo.
Alright. I can claim my PC's back. Yep. Thank you. Why do I still have the planting kits on me? I put it all downstairs. Oh, it's fine. I can always just carry it back downstairs. Okay. Back we go.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Give me that. Thank you. And thank you too. That ladder's about to disappear. Okay, fine, I'm coming. I'm coming.
Looks like a path.
I keep getting rain temporarily.
Why is the rain?
Feels like it's over there, maybe?
I'll take the free ladder.
Why not?
Rest is advised.
Now we
put everything onto the truck.
Everything goes onto the truck. There we go.
back out to the engineer. Let's go. I get a feeling this truck isn't gonna last much longer.
Come on, let's roll.
It's starting to rust. I'm gonna be sad when I say goodbye to the truck. Well, guess I'm gonna have to borrow a new truck when that happens. Whoa! Okay, bye. Come on. There we go. It's raining all the way over here too.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges.
Harpy Deliveries.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All
Let's
weapons
get
will
the
be
cargo out of the rain before it
Cargo verified.
degrades too much.
Thank you.
Right. We have cargo for deliver. Here we go. Bonsai tree planting kits. I have no idea how the Elder got these, but yeah.
Oh, hey. Good to see you.
It's so
You carried all this by yourself?
it's so weird seeing Junji Ito with that voice. That's definitely not how he sounds like. Yes, maxed. Permission to rest in the shelter. Oh, I can rest here? Oh, that's handy. Okay, so I don't have a more powerful power skeleton to use. That's fine.
Here. I've been meaning to give this to you. I hope you can find a use for it.
Star? Yep.
Well, be safe out there.
Alright, if you don't mind, I need to use your application center. Let me disassemble that and disassemble my power skeleton level 1. Recycle both of those. Thank you. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Go away, bitches. Bitches. I don't care. Thank you. And now fabricate new power skeleton. Gold or silver? I have a feeling gold is gonna be so gaudy. So, let's try silver. Thank you. Equipped it. Oh, that looks cool. Alright, any standard orders heading towards the craftsman? Vision instrument stolen by Neo. No, I don't want to do that right now. Deliver scrap metal components from vehicles. I'll do this one. We're heading out to the craftsman anyway. Going to craft anything? we load them all into the truck. Yep. Right. These are all going to the craftsman. Right, thank you. Do you have any...
Thank you for your contribution.
cargo going to the craftsman? I can take them for you. Right, this one's going to the craftsman. We'll take it. Load it. There we go. Let's get out of here.
Thanks. Until next time.
We'll take the highway to the craftsman.
Have a pleasant journey. Weapons restrictions. Safe travels.
Charge up real quick. What's the state of my truck? It's 67%. Okay. It'll still last me quite a while. Hi Mitchell, welcome. Mitchell number 2. What's up tonight? What's up tonight is Harpy Delivery service. We're here to deliver goods to everyone. We have a truck, we have a highway. Life is good. Life is very, very, very good.
Someone's happy.
Right. Right. We can just... There's an exit ramp up ahead. I'm actually FedEx now. Did I just... No, it almost looked like I bashed into something. I was reading chat and thought I hit something. Oh. Top. There we are. Ooh. There's some parties here. Yeah.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
Harpy Deliveries.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified. Thank you.
Hello. Fancy meeting you again.
Hey, mine's heavier.
Due for a visit from you.
Good luck out there. Right. Deliver requested cargo and lost cargo. Alright. Oh, and driving? Yeah, I know, right? My driving is amazing when the world doesn't spawn cliffs in front of me.
Delivering cargo.
My friends used to...
Ah, it's you. How's it going?
My friends, back when we played Borderlands, they used to say I was the worst driver ever. I'm
Cargo's
like,
in
what?
mint condition.
No, what are you talking
How the hell
about?
did you manage
I'm the
that?
best driver. It's not my fault that the game just puts cliffs and cabins directly in my path. Also not my fault that I slowly lose control of the vehicle on the flat road. I mean, technically I almost lost control of the truck several times already on a flat road, but it's fine, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm clearly so good that no matter how much the truck tries to get away from me, I can drive perfectly. Yips.
inching closer and closer to 5 stars.
Although I don't think I'll be able to do it this round.
Yeah, didn't get to 5 stars.
That's fine though.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever.
Let me guess. More hermetic grenades? Yep.
More custom hermetic grenades. I should probably leave some here. I'm gonna place it in the private locker here. These are all going back to the capital, but we're not going to go directly back to the capital yet. Instead, we are going
Seeing you in
to...
action gives me hope. Keep
We're
it
going
up,
to
Sam.
make another delivery to the Elder.
Good work. New order.
There's a very peculiar order, this one.
Yeah. The Elder demands fountain pens.
And I have to somehow get it to him.
Yeah. We'll probably travel on foot, to be honest, to do this order. We'll leave the truck here.
And we'll come and get it later.
Let's see here. Some hermetic grenades, PCs, ladders. Alright, that should be everything I need to get there and back safely. These I'm gonna put in my private locker here until I get back.
You know, if you just got your license.
Driving a truck to work? Oh, okay.
Remember to always try safe.
Watch yourself out there.
You want to give me hermetic grenades or climbing anchors?
Nah. Nah.
Nah, I'm good.
I appreciate it.
What?
Don't worry about it.
Keep it. I'm fine.
Alright, first things first.
Let us get out.
That requires material to upgrade.
I wonder.
I wonder if I can upgrade that
And
complete the route. You know what? You know what? Let's try. Let's try.
let's try see if we can complete the route.
Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons.
I never noticed that was there.
Let's see.
Welcome.
We have 1,600 ceramics. Do we have enough? We need 2,300 ceramics. Damn. We don't have enough. Fuck. But I do want to complete this.
Okay, this is what we're gonna do.
We are going to claim as much materials as we can.
$3,000 metals and okay, confirmed.
Load this onto the truck, please.
Right,
Now we're going to try to complete that.
and
At the same time, I'm going to put out a call. Supply request. I need... Can I not request metals to be delivered here? Fuck, I can't. If I can't request metals to be delivered here, that means I have to do it myself. Damn it. I really wish I could request metals to be delivered here, but doesn't seem like I can. Alright, you know what? It's fine. Fine, we'll deal with that later for now. So, something good enough. Selling stuff won't give me enough materials to complete this. There is something specific I can do to get the materials to complete it, but I don't want to do it right now. I'll do it later.
Keep on keeping on.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Stretch my legs.
Roll. Oh god damn it, the truck was too far. Hang on. Come on. Trying to get a backpack? No, I'm trying to get materials. Unfortunately, I don't have enough. I could technically get materials from a different place and bring it over here. Which I might do later. But for now, I'm going to try to do this. And material. Add material. Confirmed. Okay, it's not ready yet. We're very close to completing it. Do I want to go back to the engineer? To drive back to the engineer and just no, you know what? You know what? I have an idea. I know what to do. Right. I'm gonna put this truck back at the outpost. Leave it there. Should be safe around here. Can I store the truck in here? Can I please store the truck here? No? Well, fuck you. Fuck you too, game.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until departure.
Keep
All
on
clear.
keeping on.
Welcome, Sam.
Yep, we'll leave the truck here and then we're going to go on our quest. We'll complete the road later.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Now let us go. Here, you have to collect fountain pans for that old geezer. Some packages for him as well. You also like making stuff in a Dragon Age? I played Dragon Age Inquisition, but I never finished it. And I really good shoulder, that's why I'm on the here. That's the way, isn't it? Ashen. Ashen is the true endgame. Is there a place I can cross this safely? Let us use a ladder.
Like so. Oh shit. Those are mule signatures. Fuck. How do I want to deal with this? Oh yeah, this is mule territory. Shit. Which means that the fountain pens are likely inside a mule base. Fresh water. Hang on, how many of these fountain pens am I supposed to grab? One or more. Emergency fuel. Yeah, I don't want to weigh myself down with cargo. Oh, I'm sneaking inside mule territory. Ceramics. Second, and they appear to be placed all over the area? Question mark? I don't know how much of these are available, but as soon as I pick this up, I'm fairly certain the mules are gonna be on me. Also, is that a PlayStation? A destroyed PlayStation? That over there. It is fresh water. Oh, careful, fresh water. I need is this elegant paint. Is that what I needed? Just of cargo. Currently carrying. Wait, that's not the same cargo? It's not the actual cargo I'm looking for? Then what the fuck is this? And you know what? If this isn't a cargo, then offload it.
There we go.
Got to level 21, it was pretty fun.
I got a little bit bored of it.
I know.
No, what? Wait, what are they detecting?
Oh fuck! Oh fuck, hang on. Fuck yeah! Who's next?
Trying to take these guys on one by one.
Fuck yeah!
Next to you.
God! Fuck yeah! Anyone else?
Oh, fuck.
Die! More incoming.
Okay, so you remember how I said that there is a better way to get materials?
This is it. Killing these guys.
Although technically I'm not killing them.
Technically I'm just
stunning them. Oh fuck!
Ah! you! Give me back my gun. Come in. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Fuck you! Any more? Who's next? No one? Okay, there's a lot of good shit here I really want to take, so... Carry the... metals... ceramics. All this is really, really valuable. Grab that. Come on. Grab the metal. Come on, come on, come on. Make a metal delivery before we continue. Well, metal and ceramics delivery. Is someone coming for me? Yes, it is. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Surprise! Fuck you! Oh, come on! How do you not go down? Fuck you! Yeah! Assholes! Let's get off here. Laser gun attached to my suit and bowler gun, my tool rack. Maybe I should stop being so anal about my bowler gun and just use it. Because a laser gun, okay, it's not working out. Footwear damaged. Now let's put on some new boots. There we go. Let's get out there. Oh, look at it again, you can just see all the materials in. Although actually I'm not sure if I still have enough. Let's see. I still might not have enough even after all that. Let's see here. Overall. Ceramics. Just enough. Yeah, this is just enough to build it. Very well then. fine. I'm gonna chop that off first before we continue. Although technically... I don't want to rest because the meals will come back. So, I know what we can do. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna drop this off. Recycle. And then we're going to take a bath in the hot spring. And then once we're done with the hot spring, then we'll go back out and try to attack them again. Hokido's lost cargo. Oh. Oh well. Not my problem. Recycle all of this. Just recycle it. PC is fine. Laser gun. I think I need to get rid of the laser gun because the laser gun is so useless. Yeah, you know what? Get rid of it. Get rid of it. It's useless. Okay, that's that. Thank you. Get the fuck out of here. I need to receive that fanfare again. Build more boot for me. Thank you. Just a boot clip. It's custom grenade. I'm going to attach to my suit, so right. I do not have a climbing anchor. It's important. Okay, let us... Gee, you know what? I can pick up the climbing anchor from the mule. There'll be a climbing anchor over there. But first, hot springs.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Hot springs time. Wait, I can't bathe during rain? Really? Really? Fuck you, game! Oh, god damn it! Can I at least refill this? Yeah, at least I can refill this. Okay, fine. Fuck you! God damn it! Really? It started raining right when I wanted to. Fucking use the hot spring! God damn it! Let's get out of here. God damn it! Fucking game! Fuck off! Fuck you too, motherfucker! Whatever god is up there controlling the raid, fuck you!
literally started raining right when I reached the fucking hot springs. Well, back into new territory we go. I'm gonna pick up one of those climbing anchors I saw. I think I noticed that I'm full of climbing anchors. There's one I could pick up right over there, so let's go. I wonder how these guys are spotting me because I'm not carrying any cargo. Take the ceramics and the climbing anchor. Dump a ceramic later, but we'll see. Time to hex. Reckoning. Let's see here. Lost cargo. Junk, lost cargo, emergency fuel. Nothing useful. This is not what I'm looking for. Let's keep going. Wait, does he see me? Seriously, he sees me? Right. Fine then, fine. We'll take him out. Come on. Come on. See you. Good night. Kick! Really more? Okay then. You wanna come? Let's go! Come and get me! Come on, come on. Oops. Well, you get to sleep in the fucking water. That's what you get for making me miss a bowler shot, asshole! You fucking die, bitch. Actually, wait. I don't hope you die. You are dead. Oh, fuck! Oops. Yeah. Come here. Come here. I need metals. Metals. Give me that. Thank you. God, there's so much water here. And lakes here. too much cargo. And you know what? Fuck it. Dump it. Yeah. We have a long way to go. And no, I'm not gonna dump it just yet. Oh, what are you? I can just keep refilling. Oh wait, no, it's slowly draining, isn't it? Yeah, no, fuck this shit. Dump it. Too much cargo. We have a long way to go. Just dump it. This bayou is a pain. There they are, people. It's gonna be annoying to cross. Another ladder, please. Here. Right. Oh, objective is likely in there. We have a we have several guards. Not too many. We have a truck we can commandeer. We might commandeer the truck, to be honest. Well, let's see. Even if we were to commandeer the truck, we won't be able to... Driving it out here is gonna be difficult. Look at all that bayou. And someone we have to get up to the Elder. Yeah, there's no way for us to drive up there. No point in us commandeering the truck. I want to get that data shard. Okay. Oh. Oh shit. Oh shit, they saw me. Well, time to go loud. Got you. Got you. And got you. Kick. And got you. Kick. And kick. Fuck you. What is a temporary veil that you have to do? Oh wow. Oh, that's cool.
So I temporarily cleared this area. Like, happening. Wait. So I came all this way here for an elegant pen. Even though I found more elegant pens outside. Really? Oh my god, I fucking hate that fucking old man. God fucking damn. Let's get the fuck out of here. Fucking hate that motherfucking fucking oh man, god fucking damn it. Any ladders I can claim? Thank you. No ladders? Okay. Well fuck you assholes. Now we have to get up there somehow. We could take the truck and ditch it. Yeah, let's take the truck and we'll eventually ditch it. I don't care if I run out of charge. Just using this truck to get where I need to go. Oh god. Oh my god, it's almost out of charge already. Oh bloody hell. God damn. Stop running out of charge so quickly. Fucking hell.
Okay, here you go, Speed Demon.
It's fine. Fine, I didn't almost just tip over. Fine. It's fine. And oh, come on. Come on, get up the hill. Come on. Come on, get up there. Get up there. Come on. Come on. I know your battery's running out. I don't fucking care. Get up the fucking hill. Ugh. Fuck you.
Okay.
Useless piece of shit truck. Get out of my fucking face. Okay. Our destination is over there.
There we go.
It's all new territory. I have to try to avoid it.
Keep it up. Keep it up.
Now, how do we get over this ridge here? We go along here and can use the slope to our advantage. Okay. Should be relatively smooth sailing for now. Revolving gargle? Yeah, just delete it.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons detected. All weapons will be locked until
Okay.
Cargo verified.
Motherfucker! You asshole! I went all the way to the fucking mule base just to get you your fucking fountain pen! Here's your fucking fountain pen! God fucking...
Delivering cargo.
Surprised to see me, son? Don't worry, I'm not dead yet. Let's see now how much you got. Ha! This is a veritable mountain of cargo.
Is it? There's a crate of fountain pens! Wow. Almost ranked 3 already with this guy. Does he give me anything?
I know I said government's out to control people. Maybe they are. But let's face it. I'd be dead if you hadn't come through for me. If you hadn't bent over backwards to get me my medication. I see how you're all killing yourselves to save the country. Well, figure it's my turn to be useful. And if I share my data, if I share my knowledge and memories with you, you'll use it to help other folks like me, right? Be a shame to let it go to waste. And more than that, we can't make it on our own. Think I knew that deep down after a lifetime of trying. But it took you to make me admit it. So, join me up. I'm ready to be part of it all.
There you go. Here's your demon jizz. Added to the elder delivery equipment, fabricate equipment, etc. Oh. Oh, so that's where I get the vacuum-eating decoy from.
All done. I'm hooked up.
Yep.
Feels kinda nice. Thanks for sorting that out.
What do you mean it feels nice? Okay, I'm really starting to think that the people I'm talking to aren't
New order
real.
Please access delivery terminal for further information.
Vogue emitting decoy. Okay. So, okay. Wait. Engineer is 5-star. It's almost 5-star. We could get another delivery from any one of these guys to head back to the crafter, then I can max him out. Let's try to see if I can max him out. I don't think I'm gonna max out the Elder for quite a while. It's too difficult to get up here.
The Great Deliverer does it again. Much obliged.
Yum. Another bike? Really? Excuse me. Standard orders. Any going out to the prospect? Yes. The same one. Reports from the early days of Death Stranding. I'll take this as well. Why not? Accept orders. There we go. Let's see, what do I have? I have 2 ladders, PCs, 3 boots, a bowler gun, yeah, this should be fine. Hold on my back. Antique watches carried by hand, and then back on my back. There we go. Perfect. Head up. Right. We're going to go back to
Order assigned.
the crafter and drop these things off. We need to try to avoid this area right here, so we're going to go. I'm gonna follow our route back and then link up with the auto paver there. And from there should be a straight shot directly to there. To climb up that mountain. Yeah, follow the ridge line that takes me into Mule territory. Try to avoid that. So, okay, this way. One of these days I should use these rest terminals. Safe houses that people put up here. We'll rest once we get back to the capital.
you.
There we go.
Right. Wonderful.
Now it should be a straight shot to
back to the copter.
Wouldn't it be nice if I found one of Kylon's pathways
On this round. I think a lot of people here are not Kylon, unfortunately.
Safe travels.
Can you break them now? Alright.
Thomas Pleasant, beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID.
The creature's still here.
You know what? I'll take it.
Will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
Hey guys.
How's it going?
Yes.
Did I make them angry?
I don't need a blood bag though. Blood bags are
So common. Ow. Harpy Deliveries. I'm back with a order for you.
Delivering cargo.
Hey, Sam. How are things?
Going pretty well.
Cargo's in mint condition. How the hell did you manage that?
I walked.
And I didn't fall over. Enough to max? Yes. Thank you.
New hologram data. I really don't want.
Fucking Horizon stuff though.
Oh well, at least I maxed this person out.
Just so you know, I've put something aside for you. Maybe you could use it more than me. Go ahead and grab it whenever.
Yay! I have another star chat. Look! Look, a new star.
Once we get back to town, I wonder
if I should call it here or
do another side
Gives me
quest.
hope. Keep it up, Sam.
specifically a side quest.
To try to max out my farm, my wind farm.
Please access.
Cycle this. Nah, you have plenty of Chiral crystals. I don't need to top you up. leave those behind. And yeah, I'm thinking of visiting the mainland again. See if I can. Get some prep for the wind farm. Well, why don't we do that? Why don't we do it, chat?
Thank you for your contribution.
Wait, hang on. I need to grab everything. Yeah, all of this. Load it onto the truck. Okay, all these going to Knot City. Load into the truck and confirm. Anything in the share locker for the lake? No. Okay. Let's go.
Keep on keeping on. Weapon restrictions lifted.
Give it a charge.
Keep on keeping on.
I think that's our 2 chat. We'll do one delivery to the wind farm. Well, rest, sleep, and then get back to the other side. Does it mean we can? I think we can. Or at least I think we can. Yeah, fuck you too. So that's what I knocked off the
Someone's happy.
bridge. So someone's baller gun. I was wondering what I knocked off there. Oh. I wonder if there's going to be any roads back on the mainland.
Someone's happy.
We'll find out soon enough. Yeah, fuck you. I'm going over you, bitch. Oh god! Seriously? You motherfuckers! Hang on a second. Hang on a second. You seriously want to fucking go right now? Come on. Come here. Fuck you! Kick. Kick. Fuck you! You too. Okay, apparently we headshot these guys. They immediately go out. Fuck you! No! Ah! Bitch! Yeah. Fucking assholes! Ugh.
I take this? Yeah, why not? Why not? Assholes! Motherfucker sniped my fucking truck. Let's get out of here.
Safe travels. Begin the scan journey. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Welcome to Lake Knot City.
Thank you.
Proceed to distribution center.
Coming through.
Keep on keeping on. Happy West End. Safe travels. All clear. Welcome. Sam for the bridges.
Harpy Deliveries. We might have run into some slight problem, but the goods are here.
Hey, how's it going? Wow, this is way more than we expected. Thank you, Sam.
No problem. Wow, the what video really doesn't give me much rep, does it? I guess it's the capital of the area, so you're not gonna give me much rep in general. Yeah. Wherever you are, cool kiddo, here's your stuff. Thank you.
Until the next one.
Good work.
Let me... Can I recycle? No, I can't recycle anything. So... I have a locker. He's in storage, please. Thank you. The blood bag needs to be replaced. Bullogan is okay. Skeleton okay. These are fine. Fine. That is breaking. One of which are breaking. So let us recycle the spray and recycle tablet bag. There you go. Confirmed. Here. Fabricate a container repair spray. Okay, I'm back, thank you.
Thank you for your contribution.
Rest. And then we'll do one last delivery to the wind farm. That'll be our last delivery for the day, chat. Got a lot done. Oh, that Sam feels tired. I just realized I haven't drank a sip of tea yet. Yeah, so, bye everyone. Cheers.
Good morning, Sam.
Hi.
Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
I'll speed through this so that we don't waste too much time. Just do all the usual stuff. We'll save reading the mail and all that for next time. I just want to make sure that we get through and delivery to the wind farm. As sad as I am to skip the chance to watch Daddy Norman read his reading, we have to try to do this quickly. Let me put on headwear. Put on sunglasses. And go say hi to BB. As always, say hi to BB. Hi, BB. Oh, that's a new animation. Aww. Oh, that's cute. Maybe? You're fine, right?
Hey, baby.
Why have I started to get jump scares in the fucking safe house? I don't like this. Let's just go if anything else happens. Let's get out of here. Right. Umbrella girl, could you help me? Cargo placed in facilities. Location perform a jump. Yes, please.
Ready to take the
Oh
plunge?
God.
So, the only things you can bring with you is yourself, and maybe a few other trinkets that are really important to you. Okay, close your eyes. Picture your destination. Hold it in your mind.
I'm interested in reading up on Umbrella because that umbrella seems to be part of her powers. I'm guessing we... Yep, we have baby with us. Right then, let's get out there. Our final delivery. Going out to the wind farm. This time, I will try to not fucking mess it up. Let's see here.
grab equipment. We have nothing here.
Alright,
let's craft some stuff then. Fabricate.
one bowler gun. 2 pneumatic grenades. Reverse. Trike. Long range. 2 bridge boats. And 2 climbing anchors.
2 ladders.
1 climbing anchor. 1 PVC. 1 container repair gel. 4 blood bags.
Oh, hang on, I don't think we need to
craft these.
We'll see if we have some in storage.
Go. Okay, my back. Clip. Bowler gun on tool rack.
Pneumatic grenade.
On my suit. And on my suit. There we go.
And now, do not have any blood bags him. That's gonna be a problem. Any blood bags I can claim from?
No. Then. Right, well, we'll just fabricate some blood bags to get it started.
Why not? It doesn't cost much anyway.
Place on the utility pouch.
Right.
Confirmed. Garage.
Can I recolor this?
No.
Trike's carrying oh wait, it reduces the trike's cargo capacity? Damn! I didn't know that. Fuck.
Oh.
We're gonna take any order that takes us to the wind farm.
Because that's the one that we need to...
Equipment trail, hammer to grenade, nah. We're gonna focus
only on the wind farm. So... these two.
Oh, wait, hang on.
You know what?
I'm gonna store that.
Because I want to carry as much as I can. Fabricate equipment.
Fabricate a reverse strike for me, please.
Thank you. Confirmed.
And now...
standard order.
Take on these two.
Going to the wind farm. Okay.
Have everything.
farm. Trike. More cargo kind of reloaded. Okay, carry on back. Alright, the truck can only carry 6. Alright. Let's go. We're heading up to the wind farm.
Order assigned.
It's been quite a while since we came here, hasn't it?
It's nice to be back here.
Have a pleasant journey.
I don't think there are any roads here though, so...
Yeah, my old bridges are still here. That shitty bridge that's half completed is
Still there. Why does my game keep spawning that fucking bridge? Charge up a little, thank you. Cross over here. Oh, I've been streaming for 11 hours, yep. It's just Stranding, what do you expect? It's the kind of game where you, once you start, you gotta keep going, you know? You can't stop. Hope you're doing okay though, Antonio.
Don't worry though, but this is the last delivery.
You're doing for today. We are just going to make a delivery to the wind farm.
And I hate this area. The last time I tried to bum rush this,
I fucked up badly, so
we're going to go nice.
let's slow down. Nice and slow.
Nice and
Slow. Nice and slow. Nice and slow. Nice and fucking slow. Oh god. Oh god. Nice and slow. Yep.
So
Are we fine?
are we fine?
We're fine?
Okay, we're fine.
Yeah. We're fine.
Okay.
Yeah. You don't have any doubts at all. Totally fine.
Right. Let me check something real quick. It's 5-star.
5-star. 5-star. 3 stars.
We'll worry about it later, but for now, we're only focusing on the wind farm.
That's all I'll call for. This delivery. This final delivery for me.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridge weapons restriction. Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
Hello.
detected. All weapons will be locked until
I'm heading to the wind farm.
All clear.
Got
Welcome,
anything for me?
Sam Porter Bridges.
Any orders for the wind farm?
Yes.
Fragile cargo. Fuck. Emergency gas fill. Fuck. Okay, we'll try to take... We'll take this. We shall be fine, right? I shall be fine. Probably. Yeah, I'll be fine. Fine. We're fine. We're fine. Be fine. We'll be just fine. Just fine. Another order. Going to the wind farm.
Order assigned.
I'm gonna pray for clear weather at the wind farm. Along the way, we'll stop by the distribution center. We need to bum rush this. Let's go. Fuck you, asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you. You're not gonna catch me? Okay. Oh, this should be enough. We can go slower now. We have rain here? No, just fog. Okay. Phew. Let's keep going then. Oh god damn it! That's not what I wanted to do! I hate context sensitive buttons. How much damage did I take on the cargo? Okay, I cannot take any more damage on the cargo. Fuck.
Keep on keeping on.
Oh, my bridge also got some likes.
Hey, buddy.
Fuel up and...
Electricity fires.
Verifying ID. Decontaminating system. Safe trap. All clear. Welcome. Safe transporter bridges.
Okay, we're going to check this place here and see if we can have anything. Urgent emergency fuel delivery. How much is that? Too much. I can't take that right now. Right. This is all load up.
Beginning scan. Have a pleasant journey.
Let's get out of here.
Weapons restrictions lifted.
Fingers crossed, chat. Fingers crossed. For no rain. If there's no rain, then the journey, the last leg of the journey will be easy. If there is rain, then it's gonna be hell. Time to find out.
Nothing watching.
Yeah. Get up there. Get up there. Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
Keep on keeping on.
Oh god damn it. No! Fucking. That's so fucking annoying. God damn it. I hate context sensitive buttons. The same button to pick this up is the same button to jump off the fucking bike. Okay, stop and pick shit up. I'm gonna get a lower score just because of that shitty mechanic. Okay, it's raining. And it's raining. Yep, this is... Of course, oh fucking course, oh fucking course. There we go. Well... Shit, I can't carry these on my back. Fuck. You know what? I'm going to hope that it's just rain and not ETs. See, am I getting BTs? I don't see a rainbow. Let's hope that there's no BTs. Oh god damn it, that's BTs. Fuck. Well, the bridge would help. Which is gonna be a massive help if I can get to it. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Go, 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 go. Go, go, go. Go, go. Go! Fucking! Get out of it! Thank you very much! Wherever you are! Fucking go! Fucking go! Fucking go! Fucking go! Fucking go! Go, 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 go! No! God damn it! Well, this is a clusterfuck. Fuck you! Fuck you, game. Oh, time to run. Just time to run. Fucking, god damn it. I hate this fucking area. This area is dog shit. God Oh, god damn it. Shit. Fuel is destroyed. Oh god fucking. Bloody hell. God. Oh, let's get the fuck out of here.
That's the way.
Yeah, I'm very tempted to build another bridge here so that I can fucking navigate this easier. This is fucking hell. Right there.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges ID. Verifying ID. Clear. Weapons
Harpy
detected.
Deliveries.
All weapons will be locked until departure. Cargo verified.
God.
Thank you.
I can't wait until I 5-star this place. I never want to come back here again. Here you go. Fuck.
Delivering cargo.
Always good to see you, Sam. Hard to believe one man can carry so much.
Please tell me this maxed it out. Please. I don't want to come back here anymore. Please max it out. We're getting close. Okay. I think with all 3 cargo deliveries I can max it out. Oh god. So much shit damage. I think I can still max it out. Nice, okay. It's exactly what I needed. C rank, I don't fucking care. I'm just glad to have this over and done with. Harder for you to lose consciousness. Oh, thank you. And the animation of clients everywhere. Oh. Can now carry more cargo. Oh, okay.
I know you folks travel light, but if you want this, it's yours.
Yay. Ah, new star. Thank you.
You'll be in our prayers.
Mm-hmm.
Good work. New order available.
You wouldn't happen to have a room I could sleep in, would you? No. Well, okay, let's just fucking go home. Oh, this gas fuel's destroyed. Recycle that.
out of here.
Thank you for your contribution.
Go back to the distro center and end the stream.
I can't thank you enough. I really can't.
You know how you can thank me? Build a room where I can sleep. That'd be nice.
Get back to the distro center.
I have a feeling the distro center is going to be kind of like the
Hub in this map. Just because of its central location and all that.
Okay, guess not.
That way. How about this way?
Oh god.
This way. That way.
Go. I really hate the bike. Please give me a
Fucking truck soon. I really appreciate a truck.
Keep on keeping on.
Let's get out of here.
I want nothing to do with this fucking wind farm ever again.
Fuck this shit.
This farm is ass.
Ass, I say. Ass.
And the fact that the bikes...
Physical assault jank is not helping.
Beginning scan. Scanning bridges. Decontaminate safe travels. All clear. Safe travel. Welcome. Scanning port bridges.
Home sweet home. Let's just enter the room.
Your work is greatly appreciated. Good morning, Sam. Blood collection complete. Thank you for your generosity.
We'll just do the usual eating stuff, but for the meal and eating, we'll do that next time.
Nice.
EX grenade number 2.
Use the toilet.
Nice.
Gotta put on some music first. There we go. Some nice lo-fi music to end out the stream. Yes. I know. I know. Go, go. Get your shower. Something like watching Lam and Vitas taking a shower to end of the stream. Bye. Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go save. No save here, and yeah, we'll come back again soon. Although, next stream, I feel like playing Monster Hunter. We're playing a bit of Monster Hunter off stream, and yeah, I feel like playing again. It's been a while since we played Monster Hunter together, Chen, and so yeah. I feel like next stream will be Monster Hunter. But, oh, it's gonna be fine next time. Thank you everyone for being here. Whether you're lurking or chatting, everyone. I love y'all. Hope everyone had fun on today's. It feels like every time we do Death Stranding, we end up going for 12 hours. But Death Stranding is that kind of game, isn't it? You just have to keep going and don't stop and keep making deliveries. I might do a little bit of grinding off stream. Specifically that elder guy, I might do some deliveries for him off stream, so that you guys don't have to, you know, waste all that time watching me make deliveries up a hill and then back down and then back up a hill again. But yeah, it's gonna be next time. The next time we play Death Stranding, which will be probably next week, because this week the next ship is going to be Monster Hunter. Hope you guys look forward to it. Okay, let's go to our usual end of stream stuff, shall we? Thank you to each and every one of you for being here. Thank you so much. I hope you guys enjoyed your time here and hope to see you guys next time, alright? As usual, I need to thank my amazing external supporters and patrons. Although, actually, wait. I need to do something. I forgot to add a name onto this, so let me do that real quick. Do I have time? Yes, I do have time. I have 3 minutes. I have 3 minutes to add a name. Fuck. Okay. Speedrun chat, speedrun. I have 3 minutes to add a name. Stuff and right, I need to make this part real quick because I need to refresh it. Right. The latest name I need to add to this is there we go. Oh fuck. Ah, fuck, I lost the font. Fuck. Damn it. Okay, you know what? For now, we'll just change this to comic. Yeah. Damn it. I need to try to see if I can get the font I've been using again. But, I will get that later. Alright, name stuff. And export. Whoops. Export. I said fucking export, please. Thank you. Right. How much time do I have left? Oh fuck! Oh fuck! Oh fuck! I do, and now fuck! Fuck! I was about to fuck! Fuck! Okay. Love y'all. Love y'all. Love y'all. Okay, for anyone who's still sticking around to see this live, let me mouse. There we go. Okay. Okay, yeah, thank you so much to Lucky, Press.gov, Oxy, and Maka for being such amazing supporters. Thank you for giving me your big tip energy all the time. Guys, thank you so much. Thank you. And next up, thank you to Leah, Maka, Sakito, Kylan, Lucky, Shu, DJ, and Daily Jerker 991 for supporting me on Patreon and Fansly. Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, and everyone who's here, one more time, thank you each and everyone for being here, whether you're lurking or chatting. Each and every one of you guys